Seeing how confident he was, Han Ju decided to get serious. Seeing how confident he was, Han Ju decided to get serious. Zhou Fan must be defeated before he could demonstrate his power. That was the only way to minimize the impact. If Han Ju defeated him when Zhou Fan released all his power, it would only show that Han Ju was even stronger. In that way, he wouldn't be able to keep a low profile anymore. With so many people watching, it was impossible for Han Li to delay until everyone left. After his decision, Han Ju walked towards Zhou Fan. Mo Zhu said with a solemn expression, "Zhou Fan's birth Dharma treasure is very strong. Because of this treasure, Master made an exception and took him in as a personal disciple." Chang Yuer disdainfully said, "He's no match for Junior Han." Xing Hongxian didn't say anything. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Han Ju. Zhou Fan had a confident smile on his face, but seeing Han Ju walking straight towards him, he still felt inexplicably flustered. Because he had often heard Mo Fuzhou brag about him. Slowly, he felt that Han Ju was very strong. "Today, I will defeat him and prove my strength. Watch carefully. I'll make you regret it and let you know that you've underestimated me." Zhou Fan thought about it silently. When he thought about that smiling handsome face, he was furious. He raised the small black bell, preparing to display his power. A crazed smile appeared on his face. So what if he's gifted? Today, I, Zhou Fan, will defeat this gifted cultivator. Swish! A blinding sword flashed, causing Zhou Fan to subconsciously close his eyes. Boom! Zhou Fan was sent flying, vomiting blood. He was like a kite with a broken string, blown out of the battle arena. Silence. Everyone was silent. Everyone was stunned. They had yet to recover from their shock. The battle ended so quickly. Even old immortal Dao Thunder, who was overseeing the inner sect assessment, widened his eyes. Han Ju retracted his technique, and the sword shadow behind him quickly disappeared. It only appeared for less than 2 seconds. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Com platform. He turned and bowed to old immortal Dao Thunder with cupped fists. Old immortal Dao Thunder came back to his senses and announced, "Jade Serene Peaks Han Ju wins." Boom! The crowd burst into excitement. The male disciples discussed and the female disciples stared at him with glowing eyes. So fast. See, Zhou Fan is just mediocre. Han Ju is too strong. Who is Han Ju? When did such a genius appear in Jade Serene Peak? He's so handsome. Could he be the one the female disciples often discuss? Han Ju quickly left the stage and disappeared into the crowd. Since the battle arena wasn't destroyed, the second battle soon began. Zhou Fan was helped out of the crowd by a group of Heavenly Thunder Peak disciples. There was still blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was pale and his eyes were lifeless. He seemed to have lost his soul. The blow was too great. He didn't even know how he lost. But the moment he was hit by the 3 pure shadow sword technique, he sensed imminent death. He knew that Han Ju could have killed him. One moment, he was still full of confidence. The next moment, he was off the platform. Zhou Fan wished he could dig a hole to hide. He knew he had become a joke. Chang Yuer, Xing Hongxian, and Mo Zhu tried to look for Han Ju but couldn't find him. He hid amidst the crowd and watched silently. 2 hours later. The top 5 were decided. The 5 disciples would draw lots to decide who would skip the next round and head straight to the top 3. The disciples didn't have any objections. At this stage, the difference in strength wasn't great. Everyone could be in the top 3. Visit Light Novel World. Com for the best novel reading experience. Luck was an indispensable thing on the path of cultivation. Han Ju hesitated. If he became one of the top 3, maybe he could just give up straight away. In any case, the top 3 could choose the Khanate cave abode. That's it. This way, his influence would be minimized. He prayed silently. Hanju of the Jade Serene Peak is going to the top 3 straight away. The other 4 disciples looked at him with envy and vigilance as old immortal Taoist Thunder made the announcement. They had all witnessed Hanju defeating Zhou Fan in a flash. This fellow didn't use much of his spirit energy and was still in his peak state. Hanju was overwhelmed with joy as he quietly walked off the stage. Chang Yuer and the other 2 immediately surrounded him, preventing him from escaping. "Junior, you have a good chance of getting first place this time," Chang Yuer said excitedly. Mo Zhu and Xing Hongxian were also very excited. They all admired Hanju and naturally hoped to see him in the limelight. Hanju shook his head and said, "I can't. It's already not easy to come this far." Zhou Fan, who was making his way over, almost fainted when he heard that. He still wanted to ask Hanju what kind of spell he had used to defeat him, but he ended up hearing such words. Zhou Fan was so angry that he spat out blood. The disciple in front of him was sprayed full of blood. Zhou Fan quickly turned and left. Hanju turned around to see, but Zhou Fan was already gone. The next 2 matches were intense. Equipment, magic, movement techniques, and talismans. All sorts of things appeared. The 4 disciples were all round and on par with each other. No matter who was the final winner, they still put on a good fight. The top 3 were finally on stage. The 3 of you will each fight 2 more rounds with different opponents. The one who wins twice will be the first, a win and a defeat will be the second, and losing twice will be the third. Old immortal Taoist Thunder explained the rules. Hanju suddenly raised his hand and said, "Elder, I admit defeat. Previously, in order to quickly defeat my opponent, I exhausted all of my spiritual energy and have yet to recover. Let the 2 of them fight it out. I'm willing to be third." Whoosh, everyone was shocked. Chang Yuer and the other 2 girls also widened their eyes. Zhou Fan was stunned when he heard that. Really? Updated from Light Novel World. Calm. If that wasn't the case, why would Hanju admit defeat? So I'm not that weak. Zhou Fan's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 2 stars. When Hanju saw the words in front of him, he said in his head, "This guy is nuts." Old immortal Taoist Thunder stared at him and then nodded. He changed the rules, and Hanju was ranked 3rd. Hanju immediately got off the stage. The following fight was less exciting than the previous ones. Both of them had consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Hanju felt that he could have taken on both of them together. In the end, the top 3 were decided, and the inner sect assessment ended. The top 3 followed old immortal Taoist Thunder to Main Peak. On his way there, flying on his sword, a line appeared before Hanju. You entered the top 3 in the inner sect assessment while keeping a low profile. You will obtain a numinous treasure. Congratulations on obtaining a 7th grade numinous treasure, Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine Robe. Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine Robe, a 7th grade numinous treasure that can automatically defend against an enemy's attack. It can defend against up to a blow from a soul formation realm cultivator. If you inject spirit energy into it, its defensive power will increase. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Defending against a blow from a soul formation realm cultivator. So powerful. It was indeed a numinous treasure, stronger than equipment and Dharma treasures. A 7th grade numinous treasure. Could there be 6th grade, 5th grade, and up to 1st grade numinous treasures? How powerful would a 1st grade numinous treasure be? Hanju guessed silently. He was in a good mood. This was too satisfying. After obtaining the Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine Robe, he felt very safe. And he was going to get a Khanate cave abode. It was a very fruitful inner sect assessment. Once he wore the Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine Robe, he would be able to cultivate in peace and wouldn't have to worry about sneak attacks. Soul Formation Realm cultivators were few in number. Hardly one appeared every century in the Jade Pure sect. However, the Golden Cicada's mystic divine robe could only protect him. If he ran into a nascent soul cultivator, they wouldn't be able to kill him, and neither would he be able to kill them. Hanju couldn't help but smile. Why are you so happy to be in third place? Did Fairy Shi Xian tell you to only fight for third place? Old Immortal Taoist Thunder suddenly asked. The two disciples in front turned to look at Hanju with strange expressions. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Com platform. They weren't stupid and also felt that Hanju's surrender was too dubious. However, it was also good news for them, so they didn't question it. Hanju replied, I'm not happy because of getting third place, but excited to come to main peak for the first time. Master never told me to stop at the top 3. I haven't been in Jade Serene Peak for long. Although I became her personal disciple, Master said that as long as I do my best, it's fine. Hanju replied, I'm not happy because of getting third place, but excited to come to main peak for the first time. Master never told me to stop at the top 3. I haven't been in Jade Serene Peak for long. Although I became her personal disciple, Master said that as long as I do my best, it's fine. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder snorted in obvious disbelief. Zhou Fan was his personal disciple, and Hanju admitted defeat right after beating him. Hanju was obviously not giving Heavenly Thunder peak face. But as an elder, Old Immortal Taoist Thunder couldn't lash out at him. Hanju smiled politely at the other two disciples. The three of them didn't talk much, and it wasn't suitable for them to talk at the moment. Before long, they arrived at main peak. Old Immortal Taoist Thunder introduced them to Taoist Jingshu and left. The top 3 participants of the inner court assessment this time will be promoted to elite disciples. Besides that, all of you can choose a Khanate cave abode. The first place will get to choose first, Taoist Jingshu said expressionlessly as she inconspicuously glanced at Hanju. This kid actually managed to reach the top 3. Looks like Xianer wasn't mistaken. He's indeed talented. The two disciples weren't surprised. Clearly, they already knew about the Khanate cave abode beforehand. Taoist Jingshu waved her right hand, and the images of 3 Khanate cave abodes appeared. The 3 abodes surrounded the edge of a mountain range. Hanju took a glance and guessed that it was a map of the Jade Pure sect. Are they making us security guards? Hanju ridiculed in his head. The 3 cave abodes nicely surrounded the 18 peaks. Nevertheless, a Khanate cave abode was too attractive. It was like a free spiritual pool. It was still acceptable. Now that he had the Golden Cicada's mystic divine robe, he wasn't afraid of any danger anyway. Taoist Jingshu began to introduce the 3 cave abodes. The first was rich with fire and wind spirit chi, the second was relatively abundant with water, fire, and wood spirit chi. The last had spirit chi of all attributes, but each only as rich as in a usual spiritual pool. There were no surprises. Hanju was left with the last cave abode. The source of this content is Light Novel World. Cultivators who could reach this stage were all geniuses with 3 or 4 cultivation potentials. However, they usually only cultivated a single attribute, so they would choose the first 2 Khanate cave abodes. Hanju couldn't choose but still ended up with the one that suited him the most. After choosing the cave abode, Hanju was given a talisman. Tearing the talisman would lead them to their Khanate cave abodes. The 3 of them bowed and left. After walking out of the hall, Hanju immediately tore the talisman. A golden pigeon appeared out of thin air and flew into the distance. Hanju immediately followed it. The other 2 bid farewell and also parted. After flying after the golden pigeon for half an hour, Hanju finally found the Khanate cave abode. It was located in a forest. The golden pigeon flew head-on into the cliff wall, inducing a glow in the wall. Feeling the fluctuations of spirit chi, there was probably a formation in front. A hole appeared on the cliff wall, and Han Ju immediately walked in. The tunnel was wide enough for 4 people to walk side by side. After walking for 50 steps, he saw the cave abode. It was huge, and the walls were damp. There was a hole at the top of the cave where cold air flowed in. In the middle of the cave, there was a pool with many water plants. The water was warm, and vapor could be seen above the surface. Han Ju felt that the dense spirit chi might be slightly more concentrated than the spiritual pools. And it contained all 6 attributes. Han Ju was satisfied. He first took out the golden cicada's mystic divine robe and wore it before putting on the jade pure sex Taoist robe over it. The moment Han Ju put on the numinous treasure, he felt his entire aura change. He felt so safe. Han Ju smiled happily as he walked back to the cave entrance. He looked up. This was his exclusive cave now. He had to give it a name. He used his finger as a sword to carve words above the cave entrance. Endure today, freedom tomorrow. Han Ju nodded in satisfaction. It was a good piece of calligraphy. The strokes demonstrated his power and the strength of his sword chi. After carving the line, Han Ju chopped the trees nearby and then made a table, chairs, and a bed. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World.com platform. At Jade Serene Hall. Fairy Shi Xian was expressionless. Chang Yue recounted what had happened in the inner sect assessment. When she heard that Han Ju admitted defeat after entering the top 3, the corner of her mouth twitched. This kid. So unambitious. Fairy Shi Xian admired Han Ju's heart towards the Tao, but she couldn't understand why he was so afraid of being in the limelight. He's ridiculously cowardly. Most importantly, Han Ju's appearance was extremely outstanding. It was hard for him not to stand out. Master, did Junior Han suffer persecution when he was young? Chang Yue asked. Fairy Shi Xian was deep in thought. It looked like she had to ask Elder Iron. Can it be that Elder Iron tortured Han Ju before? Thinking of this, Fairy Shi Xian's glare turned cold. She had never liked Elder Iron. If it weren't for his meritorious service in the outer sect, no one would be willing to accept him into the inner sect even if he reached the Foundation establishment realm. Elder Iron had hardly any potential. After the inner sect assessment ended, Han Ju didn't attract much attention. The disciples would only smile when others mentioned him. Han Ju also didn't go to the inner sect city and stayed in the Khanate cave to cultivate. He was prepared to enter the Golden Core realm as soon as possible. All his spirit chi had already reached the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm. As long as he cultivated them to perfection, he would be able to reach the Golden Core realm. Han Ju was full of fighting spirit. Once he reached the Golden Core realm, he would be able to use the 6 paths of reincarnation's divine powers. The 6 paths of reincarnation technique had its own divine art, but it required one to reach a certain realm. Reaching the Golden Core realm would unlock one of those. Half a month later. The source of this content is Light Novel World.com. He had visitors. They were Mo Fuzhou and Zhou Fan. When they saw the carvings above the entrance, they were speechless. Endure today, freedom tomorrow. It really suited his personality. Brother Han, Mo Fuzhou is here to visit. Mo Fuzhou shouted with cupped fists. After a few seconds, the door opened. The two of them immediately walked in. Han Ju was meditating by the pool when they saw him. Han Ju opened his eyes and asked, "What brings you here?" Zhou Fan looked at him with a complicated expression. Mo Fuzhou smiled and said, "Recently, the conflict between us and the viridescent nether cult has been escalating. Who knows when a full-scale war will break out one day? We would like to invite you to go on a mission together and take down one of the cult's branches." Apparently, they possess many pills that can help you cultivate. Before coming, Mo Fuzhou had thought about it. If he wanted to convince Han Ju, he had to talk about cultivation. Han Ju shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions. I don't want to leave for the time being. I have to enter seclusion to break through." Breakthrough in seclusion. Both of them were stunned. Zhou Fan couldn't help but ask, "You want to enter the Golden Core realm?" Han Ju nodded. "It's not that easy to break through to the Golden Core realm. The heavenly tribulation you will face is even more terrifying than the one at the Foundation Establishment realm. You have to rely on some tribulation transcendence pills to neutralize the power of the heavenly lightning and consolidate your Tao heart," Mo Fuzhou reminded. Zhou Fan added, "This mission is very important. If we perform well, we will definitely succeed. Our status in the Jade Pure sect will also rise in the future, and we will be able to make a name for ourselves in the cultivation world. You have received an invitation from a fellow disciple. Facing fame and fortune, you have the following choices. 1. Promise them, go to work together, get a low-grade spiritual stone. 2. Reject them, practice low-key, and get a magical artifact." 3 lines of words appeared before Han Ju's eyes. Updated from Light Novel World. Isn't it obvious? Han Ju said righteously, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in fame or fortune. I just want to cultivate diligently. If the Jade Pure sect is in trouble in the future, I'll definitely risk my life defending the sect. But right now, I don't want to leave the sect." No matter how Mo Fuzhou and Zhou Fan tried to persuade him, Han Ju would not give in. No matter how Mo Fuzhou and Zhou Fan tried to persuade him, Han Ju would not give in. The two could only leave helplessly. After leaving the cave abode, the two flew for a distance. Zhou Fan couldn't help but say, "Although he's powerful, he's too timid." He had already put it nicely. Frankly, he wanted to say that Han Ju was afraid of death. He had heard from other disciples of Jade Serene Peak that Han Ju was good at everything, but he was too timid. Mo Fuzhou didn't speak for Han Ju this time. He sighed and said, "One can't only cultivate in seclusion. We're mortals. We still have to fight for opportunities. Just wait and see, he will come to his senses sooner or later." Zhou Fan nodded. He suddenly looked forward to this mission. Once he obtained those elixirs, he might be able to surpass Han Ju. Thinking of this, Zhou Fan was very excited. Previously, he had been knocked out by Han Ju in the inner sect assessment. It was really traumatic. Although he didn't hate him, he had always wanted to regain his honor. Congratulations on obtaining a Little Universe Belt. Little Universe Belt, it contains a large alternate space. It can be used as a storage ring or storage bag. The belt is elastic and not easily destroyed. Han Ju raised his eyebrows and looked at the Little Universe Belt in his hand. The belt was like a scroll of painting, but a very narrow one. He used his divine sense to probe it. There was an alternate space of 1,000 cubic meters within. It was much bigger than his storage bag. He immediately dripped his blood on it to claim the belt. After he succeeded, he threw everything into the Little Universe Belt and tied it around his waist. The belt tightened around his robe. It wasn't too tight nor too loose around his waist. Very comfortable. Han Ju played with it for a while before resuming cultivation. 2 years passed in a flash. His 6 spiritual powers had all reached perfection. He was preparing to transcend the tribulation. He activated the barrier function and underwent his tribulation in the cave abode. Although the heavenly tribulation of the Golden Core realm was formidable, it was far from being able to destroy the mountain. The heavenly thunder would be concentrated above his head. Apparently, the Golden Core realm's heavenly tribulations would provoke his inner evil. Only around 3 in 10 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators could break through to the Golden Core realm. They would either be struck to death by the heavenly tribulation or be driven mad from the inner evil. Han Ju had a top-notch cultivation potential and practiced top techniques. He wasn't afraid of these obstacles. As he activated his cultivation method, dark clouds started to gather above him. Lightning began flashing. Visit Light Novel World. Calm for a better experience. At the same time, a voice sounded in Han Ju's mind. What do you want? Fame? Money? Women? You're already strong enough. Stop concealing yourself and show the world your strength. This voice was like a demon, constantly bewitching him. Han Ju was indifferent and even wanted to laugh. Is this the inner evil? So lame. As Han Ju moved his hand, the spirit energy in his body surged. Foundation establishment, golden core formation. Spirit energy began to gather in his dantian like the center of a whirlpool in his body. Bolts of lightning suddenly shot out from the dark clouds and landed on Han Ju's body. Han Ju directly used the 6 paths of reincarnation technique to absorb the heavenly lightning. Transcending the tribulation with 6 types of spiritual force was simple and smooth. Han Ju's thunder cultivation potential was unable to completely absorb the heavenly lightning. However, he was able to fend off the excess with other spirit energy. He didn't feel a thing. He soon noticed that it wasn't his spirit energy that was doing the job, but the golden cicada's mystic divine robes effect. This numinous treasure can actually help me transcend the tribulation. Han Ju thought in surprise. The golden cicada's mystic divine robe was able to withstand an attack from a soul formation realm cultivator. Would it also be able to help him transcend to the nascent soul realm in the future? Han Ju got excited. What a treasure! Motivated, Han Ju continued his tribulation. 7 days later. Han Ju finally succeeded. Congratulations on breaking through to the Golden Core realm and obtaining an unparalleled magical sword. Congratulations on obtaining the Qilin sword. Qilin sword, a sword made from the bones of a Qilin. It contains the Qilin's soul and has the effect of exorcising evil. A sword appeared in Han Ju's hand. This sword was completely black, and the blade was embedded with Qilin scales. The hilt looked even more awesome. The blade was 3 fingers wide and 1 meter long. Holding this sword, Han Ju's palm felt cool. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. What a cool sword. It matched him very well. Han Ju put the Qilin sword away and began consolidating his Golden Core realm cultivation. Half a month later. He began to cultivate the 3rd level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, and at the same time, he inherited his first mystical power. 6 paths soul absorption technique. As the name implied, this mystical power could absorb souls, especially wandering ghosts. After mastering it, Han Ju could also see souls that ordinary people couldn't. After Han Ju learned the cultivation method, he started to cultivate the mystical power. His top-notch cultivation potential of 6 attributes allowed him to learn it within 10 days. As expected of a mystical power, it was much more difficult to learn than magic. And it was obviously stronger. Han Ju really wanted to try it on wandering ghosts, but this was the Jade Pure sect. He opened his attributes panel. Name, Han Ju, lifespan, 64/499, race, mortal, cultivation, 1st level of the Golden Core realm, technique, 6 paths of reincarnation technique, can be inherited, magic, unparalleled finger divine sword, 7 illusionary steps, 3 pure shadow sword technique, unparalleled, 9 dragons devil expelling seal, mystical power, 6 paths soul absorption technique. Equipment, Golden Cicada's mystic divine robe, grade 7 numinous treasure, little universe belt, Qilin sword, cultivation potential, spiritual physique of the 6 paths. It contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder cultivation potentials. Increases providence to a certain extent. Connate providence is as follows: unparalleled, immortal beauty, top-notch charm, destined sword fanatic, top-notch sword Dao aptitude, top-notch sword Dao learning ability, unparalleled movement technique, top-notch movement technique aptitude, descendant of the immortal emperor. After the game begins, you will receive an unparalleled cultivation technique and 1000 superior grade spirit stones. Check interpersonal relationships. Lifespan has increased to 499 years. Not bad. 400 years is enough for me to break through to the nascent soul realm. I bet I can break through in 100 years. Follow new episodes on the light novel world. Com platform. Han Ju thought proudly. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't bid farewell to Fairy Shi Xian after the inner sect assessment. I'm being rude. Han Ju immediately stood up and left. After leaving the cave abode, he flew to the Jade Pure Sect's inner sect. It was easy to find his way. The 18 peaks were too eye-catching. Han Ju checked his interpersonal relationships as he flew on his sword. The favorability and hatred didn't change much. He opened the mailbox. Your good friendly Qingzi was attacked by a fiendish cultivator. Your good friendly Qingzi was attacked by a fiendish cultivator. Omit 10 similar messages. Your good friendly Qingzi was attacked by a fiendish cultivator and was severely injured. He luckily escaped. Han Ju was stunned. Sect leaders being attacked by the fiendish cultivators. So many messages. It looks really bad. Han Ju became nervous. Is the cult about to launch an attack on us soon? While thinking, Han Ju arrived at Jade Serene Peak. He quickly came to the front of Jade Serene Hall and knelt down. After the door opened, he got up and entered the hall. Junior Han, you're finally willing to come back. Chang Yuer complained. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Is this girl actually Fairy Shi Xian's relative? Why do I bump into her every time I come here? Chang Yuer's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Foundation establishment realm. This speed could be considered fast among ordinary people, but it was incomparable to Han Ju's speed. Completely incomparable. Han Ju knelt in front of Fairy Shi Xian and said, "Greetings to you, Master." After the inner sect assessment ended, this disciple was in a hurry to cultivate and forgot to visit you. Fairy Shi Xian narrowed her eyes and asked, "You actually still remember to come back? I thought you'd already betrayed me." Han Ju was embarrassed. He was about to explain when Fairy Shi Xian continued, "The Jade Pure Sect is about to face an unprecedented disaster. I'll give you a chance. You can leave the sect right now." Hearing Fairy Shi Xian's words, Han Ju's first reaction was that she was joking. Hearing Fairy Shi Xian's words, Han Ju's first reaction was that she was joking. At this moment, words suddenly appeared before his eyes. Your sect master is in danger. No one knows whether he's still alive. You have the following choices. Han Ju frowned. He subconsciously wanted to pick the first choice and avoid the danger. But on second thought, I'm wearing the golden cicada's mystic divine robe, what am I afraid of? Han Ju asked, what about you, master? Fairy Shi Xian's expression was calm as she replied, survive or perish, I will stay at the Jade Pure Sect. Chang Yuer wanted to say something but hesitated. Han Ju said seriously, then I will follow you, master. He would do missions and increase others' favorability of him. Fairy Shi Xian's favorability of you has increased. Current favorability, 3 stars. 3 stars. With one more, will she be a potential companion? Han Ju thought. I'm being obscene. My heart follows the Tao, it cannot become filthy. Fairy Shi Xian's expression remained unchanged as she asked, really? Aren't you afraid of death? Death is unavoidable. When the time comes, one either has an impactful or a mediocre life. Even though I pursue longevity, I won't abandon you, master. I've never taught you anything. Yes, but your kindness and care are invaluable. You've helped me compete for opportunities and settle potential troubles. I remember all of that. He actually meant it. After being reborn and living for more than 60 years, Fairy Shi Xian was the person who treated him the best. Although Xing Hongxian liked him the most, she had once threatened him. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Ever since he had entered Fairy Shi Xian's tutelage, she hadn't made things difficult for him. Even if he hadn't followed her instructions, she hadn't blamed him. Han Ju really didn't want such a good master to die. However, if he encountered an overpowered enemy, Han Ju would still prioritize his own life. My main mission in life won't change. Longevity. 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 After hearing Han Ju's heartfelt words, Fairy Shi Xian smiled with relief. As expected of a disciple of Jade Serene Peak. However, the situation is not as dire as sect dissolution. Even if sect master has gone missing, our foundation is still there. I know that you're very afraid of death, so I asked you to leave first. Fairy Shi Xian smiled. Han Ju nodded and asked, where did sect master go missing? He went to investigate the viridescent nether cult. I see. Han Ju was relieved. It would be terrible if he was abducted in the Jade Pure sect. The viridescent nether cult had attacked Li Qingzi dozens of times, but they had only managed to severely injure him. It seemed like there was no nascent soul realm cultivator among them. If that was the case, Han Ju was more confident about his safety. A nascent soul realm cultivator couldn't kill him. Are there any problems with your cultivation recently? Fairy Shi Xian asked with gentle eyes. Speaking of which, she hadn't really taught this disciple yet. Han Ju shook his head and said, no, there's no need to trouble you, master. If he cultivated with Fairy Shi Xian, wouldn't he be exposing his golden core realm cultivation? If the sect elders heard about it, they might drag him over to labor. When Fairy Shi Xian heard this, she immediately snorted. Then get lost. Yes, master. Han Ju left. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. He had just left the hall when Fairy Shi Xian took out a storage bag and handed it to Chang Yuer. Help your junior according to what I said. Chang Yuer nodded and stood up excitedly. As soon as Han Ju flew out of the Jade Serene Peak, he heard a whistling sound behind him. He turned around and saw Chang Yuer chasing after him on her sword. Junior Han, wait for me. Chang Yuer waved her hand and shouted with a happy smile on her face. Han Ju frowned and stopped. Chang Yuer stopped at his side and waved the storage bag in her hand, saying, there's a set formation and some spirit herb seeds inside. Master asked me to help you set up the formation and plant spirit herbs to increase the spirit qi in your cave abode. When Han Ju heard this, his brows immediately relaxed. He cupped his fists and said, thanks to our master. Thank you, senior. Chang Yuer smiled even more happily. The two of them continued flying towards the Khanate cave abode. Arriving at the entrance of the cave abode, Chang Yuer saw the words on the stone door. With a strange expression, she muttered, endure today, freedom tomorrow, this name. Han Ju entered the cave expressionlessly. Chang Yuer followed closely behind. She stopped at the edge of the tunnel and took out the equipment for the formation and began setting it up. Han Ju turned around and stood behind her, observing closely. Learning how to set up formations was also beneficial for the future. Chang Yuer noticed that he was behind her and couldn't help but become more serious. After nearly 2 hours, she finally finished setting up the array formation. The switch was embedded into the wall of the cave. It was a piece of jade stone that could be activated by pouring spirit energy into it. This array formation could conceal the cave's entrance. If one were to forcibly enter it, they would be trapped in an illusion and become unable to extricate themselves. Han Ju sighed. I didn't expect you to know array formations. Chang Yuer smiled proudly and said, what do you think I'm learning from master all the time? Although my cultivation level is inferior to yours, I know alchemy, talisman crafting, beret formations, exorcism, and so on. He had a whole new level of respect for her. Chang Yue turned around and walked into the cave abode. After sizing it up, she walked to the pool's side and began planting spirit herbs. If I become an immortal one day, I will let you be my herbalist. So, you should work hard on these skills, Han Ju said with a smile. Chang Yue harumphed. In your dreams. I'm your senior. If I were to be something, I will be your, hee. She suddenly laughed. Han Ju played dumb and didn't reply. Rebuffed, Chang Yue continued planting the spirit herb seeds. 10 minutes later, she finished planting all the seeds. Han Ju thanked her hurriedly. That's all. I won't disturb your cultivation any longer. After some time, I'll move over to accompany you. How about that? Chang Yue covered her mouth and asked, even winking at him. Vigilant, Han Ju asked, you want to take advantage of my cave abode? Chang Yue rolled her eyes at him and turned to leave angrily. After she left the cave abode, Han Ju let out a long sigh. He patted his chest and muttered, oh, Han Ju, it's really difficult to protect your body. Han Ju walked to the cave's entrance. After activating the formation, he returned to the wooden bed and started cultivating. The first level of the Golden Core realm couldn't satisfy him. After mastering the third level of the 6 paths of reincarnation art, his chi absorption speed was much faster than before. Coupled with the rich spirit chi in the connate cave abode, he cultivated very happily. 5 years passed in a flash. Han Ju's thunder cultivation potential had reached the third level of the Golden Core realm, while the other cultivation potentials had yet to be cultivated. He planned to cultivate his thunder cultivation potential to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm before cultivating his other cultivation potentials. After all, the cult could attack at any time. His lifespan had also increased slightly. There were many ways to increase his lifespan on the path of cultivation, such as pills, natural treasures, and cultivation techniques. Han Ju's lifespan was only his most basic lifespan. If his cultivation couldn't break through, he could use other methods to increase it. In these 5 years, the Jade Pure sect was safe. However, sect master Li Qingzi was often pursued by fiendish cultivators and was always heavily injured. Mo Fuzhou and Zhou Fan were also frequently attacked by fiendish cultivators. It seemed like their adventures were truly fascinating. Every time he saw the messages of them being attacked by fiendish cultivators, Han Ju felt lucky he didn't follow them. Han Ju was still cultivating when a line of words appeared before his eyes. Detected bearer of connate providence, check its origin. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Calm. Connate providence. Connate providence. Han Ju frowned. Is there someone outside the cave? He quickly checked its origin. Chen Santian is inherently fiendish. He possesses an extremely strong affinity towards the fiendish Tao's techniques. When he was young, he wandered along with his parents. When his parents were killed by bandits, his fiendish character was awakened. He, who was only 7 years old, slaughtered over 100 bandits. From then on, his killing became unstoppable. Eventually, he joined the Viridescent Nether cult and became very successful. Presently, he's ranked as the eldest core disciple of the Viridescent Nether cult. As expected, someone from the Viridescent Nether cult. Core disciple. So, he hasn't reached the level of an elder yet. Han Ju understood that the strength of the cult and Jade Pure sect was about the same. Chen Santian was at most at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. Why is he here at the Jade Pure sect? Is he alone, or is there a large group hidden around him? Han Ju got up and carefully walked to the cave entrance. He looked out and saw a man in black walking out of the woods nearby. He was acting suspiciously. Han Ju couldn't feel the man's presence. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he might not have discovered him. Other than Chen Santian, there was no one else. As Chen Santian walked to the entrance of the cave, his gaze fell on a line of words on the mountain wall. Endure today, freedom tomorrow. How laughable. The people of the Jade Pure sect are indeed cowards. Chen Santian couldn't help but sneer. In the tunnel, Han Ju felt offended. He's asking to be killed. Han Ju activated the 3 pure shadow sword technique. 3 sword shadows floated behind him, ready to kill Chen Santian at any time. Because of the array formation, Chen Santian couldn't see Han Ju and couldn't sense his aura. The two were less than 10 steps apart. Chen Santian looked for a while and felt that something was off. Could this be a cave abode? Chen Santian narrowed his eyes. He took out a sword and gently stabbed it into the mountain wall. Swish! 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 The sword light flashed, and Chen Santian subconsciously closed his eyes. He instinctively jumped back. 3 sword shadows pierced through his body like lightning, and blood splattered everywhere. Chen Santian landed a dozen meters away like a sandbag. He crashed into a big tree, and the leaves fell like rain. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better experience. Ouch. Chen Santian gritted his teeth and looked up. 3 sword shadows were floating above his head, ready to slash down at any moment. He was scared out of his wits. What's this? He hurriedly shouted, Sir, stop. Standing by the cave entrance, Han Ju shook his head. So weak? He can't withstand a single blow. Or is my 3 pure shadow sword technique too powerful? Han Ju touched his chin and pondered. After being attacked by the 3 pure shadow sword technique, the aura of Chen Santian's spirit energy was revealed. Han Ju made a comparison. Chen Santian's spirit energy was about the same level as his. However, he couldn't see through Chen Santian's cultivation level. In other words, Chen Santian's cultivation level was higher than his, but the strength of his spirit energy was not as strong as his. 6 paths of reincarnation technique's dominance was finally revealed. In a good mood, Han Ju asked, Why did you come to the Jade Pure sect? Chen Santian replied, I happened to pass by this place. I didn't want to enter the Jade Pure sect. He's really good at lying. The 3 sword shadows dropped down. Horrified, Chen Santian quickly jumped to the side. But his right leg was still pierced by the sword shadows and was nailed to the ground. He fell down like a dog pouncing on shit. Damn it. Chen Santian was so aggrieved that he was about to explode. He was the core disciple of the cult, yet he was subdued before he could even make a move. The 3 sword shadows were like ghosts. Their speed was ridiculously fast. Nailed to his legs, they were actually draining his spirit energy. What kind of spell is this? Chen Santian panicked. He had investigated the Jade Pure sect. The sect wasn't a pure sword cultivation sect. Among the elders, no one had such a powerful sword-related spell. Could it be the mysterious Great-Grand Elder? Chen Santian, inherent fiend, the eldest disciple of the viridescent nether cult. What do you think will happen to you if I hand you over to the Jade Pure sect? Han Ju's voice sounded again. Chen Santian's expression changed drastically. His heart was in turmoil. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better experience. How does this guy know my background? Completely flustered, Chen Santian hurriedly kowtowed towards the direction of the cave abode and said fearfully, Sir. I was wrong. I was wrong. Give me a chance. I've never killed a disciple of the Jade Pure sect. Han Ju was hesitating whether he should kill Chen Santian. Based on his experience from reading novels, killing such a prodigy might lead to a series of alternative storylines. Generally speaking, there would always be mechanisms with which his elders would know if such a prodigy was killed. Then, the protagonist would be pursued by them. Kill the little ones, come the big ones. Kill the big ones, come the old ones. Kill the old ones, come the older and bigger ones from the heavens. Why don't I capture him? If Sect Master is captured in the future, we can use him in the exchange, right? Han Ju thought silently. Sounds feasible. In any case, he was wearing the golden cicada's mystic divine robe. It was impossible for Chen Santian to hurt him. Han Ju waved his right hand, and the three sword shadows disappeared into thin air. Chen Santian didn't dare to escape. He could only kneel on the ground and shiver. He was already injured. With Han Ju's strength, even if he tried his best to escape, he wouldn't be able to. Come in. Han Ju's voice floated over. The cave entrance appeared, and the stone door opened. Chen Santian saw Han Ju. What a handsome man. So young. He thought Han Ju was the disciple of that elder. He gritted his teeth and stood up. After he entered, Han Ju activated the array formation again and closed the cave door. Han Ju turned and walked into the cave. Chen Santian suddenly grabbed Han Ju. The sword in his hand hung in front of Han Ju's neck and he shouted in a deep voice, "Elder, let me go. Otherwise, I'll kill your disciple." The abode fell into silence. Chen Santian looked around uneasily. Han Ju said faintly, "I don't have a disciple." Chen Santian's body froze when he heard this. Clang! His sword fell to the ground, and he suddenly knelt down, forcing a smile. "Senior. I was just joking. Visit Light Novel World." Calm for a better experience. He could sense Han Ju's cultivation level. The 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Impossible. It must be a facade. To be able to directly suppress me and predict my background, this guy must be an expert. Han Ju walked further inside the cave and said, "Follow me." Chen Santian quickly followed. Han Ju came to his own wooden bed and sat down. Chen Santian knelt in front of him and appeared very respectful. Is he really the eldest core disciple of the viridescent nether cult? Han Ju originally wanted to hand Chen Santian over to Fairy Shi Xian, but if he did that, Chen Santian would definitely escape with his life. He didn't have the strength to suppress Chen Santian. At most, he could defeat him. The reason why Chen Santian didn't dare to flee was because he overestimated Han Ju's strength. In any case, with the golden cicada's mystic divine robe protecting his body, he wasn't afraid that Chen Santian would ambush him. Not only could the golden cicada's mystic divine robe protect his body, but it could also protect his head. In any case, Chen Santian couldn't hurt him. Han Ju said softly, "Pick up your sword and stab me with all your strength." Chen Santian shivered and wailed. "Elder, I understand my mistake. I know I did wrong. Come on. If you don't try, you'll keep thinking about ambushing me from now on." "I don't dare. I won't blame you. Just do it." "Elder, I'll kowtow to you." Chen Santian almost cried as he hurriedly kowtowed to Han Ju. He thought Han Ju was setting him up and finding a reason to kill him. In any case, if he made a move, it would definitely not end well for him. Han Ju was speechless. Am I that scary? He had read Chen Santian's background introduction and thought this person was extremely cruel and would rather die than submit. He didn't expect him to be so cowardly. "From today onwards, you will stay here and plant spirit herbs for me. You can also cultivate," Han Ju instructed. "Okay. When can I leave?" "What? I said the wrong thing. I will slap my own mouth. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World." Calm. Chen Santian's presence did not change Han Ju's life. Chen Santian's presence did not change Han Ju's life. He focused on cultivating every day. He used his own wooden bed as a barrier. During his cultivation, Chen Santian couldn't feel his spirit energy fluctuation at all. To Chen Santian, Han Ju appeared even more unfathomable. In the blink of an eye, a year quickly passed. As the spirit herbs grew, the spirit chi in the cave abode became denser. Han Ju's thunder cultivation potential also successfully reached the 4th stage of the Golden Core realm. A level higher each year. Not bad. If news of this were to spread, countless people would be scared to death. Chen Santian had already calmed down. He discovered that Han Ju didn't make things difficult for him, but he didn't dare to run away. So, he could only cultivate along. Han Ju had been cultivating and hadn't left. This made Chen Santian even more anxious. Although it feels good to train, it will delay the intelligence if this continues. Chen Santian was facing away from Han Ju as he frowned and thought. He was the eldest core disciple. If he didn't return after such a long time, people in the cult would definitely be worried and even panic. What should I do? Ambush him? Chen San was in a dilemma. When he thought of his defeat last year, he shuddered. The difference in strength was too great. For Han Ju to dare to cultivate so fearlessly, he must have everything under control. Damn it! What's this fellow trying to do, trapping me here? If I'm strong enough, I'll definitely make you pay 100 times over. Chen Santian's eyes flashed coldly. Who am I? I'm the formidable inherent fiend of the viridescent nether cult. Chen Santian's hatred for you has increased. Current hatred, 4 stars, Han Ju was disturbed from his cultivation by this line and frowned. Fuck. It rose again. Han Ju wanted to vomit blood. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. Calm in the past year, he didn't torture him. Chen Santian seemed obedient, but his hatred for him kept increasing. Now, it had reached 4 stars. To the extent that he would fight me till death. Chen Santian didn't know what he was thinking. He was still planning to kill Han Ju and escape. I can only wait for him to go out. With his cultivation, he must be an elder or the great-grand elder. Recently, the cult has been harassing the Jade Pure sect. It's impossible for him to continue cultivating in peace. When I escape, I will definitely lead the cult to flatten Jade Pure sect. By then, I will tear this brat into pieces and extract his soul. Chen Santian was filled with killing intent, but he didn't dare to show it. When he thought about how he would torture him and how Han Ju would kneel before him and beg for mercy, he felt extremely good. At this moment. Swish. 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 It was the familiar air-piercing sound. Before Chen Santian could react, 3 sword shadows pierced through his chest and blood splattered all over the ground. Chen Santian's eyes widened. His eyes were bloodshot as he turned his head in disbelief. Han Ju waved his right hand expressionlessly. The sword shadows turned around and blew up his head. Chen Santian, the inherent fiend, was dead. This time, it was even more straightforward than a year ago. Chen Santian didn't even have the time to dodge. Until Chen Santian died, Han Ju didn't know how strong he was. Chen Santian had long let down his guard. He thought Han Ju would keep him alive for some purpose. He didn't expect to be killed today. The moment Chen Santian's corpse fell to the ground, a light ball emerged from his body. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Could it be? The ball of light changed rapidly and turned into a human figure. This person had an aged face and his eyes were filled with evilness. He first glanced at Chen Santian's corpse, then he stared at Han Ju. The cave abode was silent. Han Ju sighed. So the old is really here. The old man snorted coldly. Are you sighing because you regret it? You're dead for killing my disciple. State your name. Han Ju said expressionlessly, I'm Chow Chow, what about you? Viridescent Nether Cult, Zhang Kunmo. Oh. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. Just wait for your death. After Zhang Kunmo finished speaking, he disappeared. Zhang Kunmo has hatred towards you. Current hatred, 5 stars, 5 stars. Very high. Han Ju panicked. He quickly checked his interpersonal relationships and heaved a sigh of relief. 8th level of the nascent soul realm. Just like that. From his tone, Han Ju thought he was a soul formation realm cultivator. Only a nascent soul. Han Ju stood up and began to search for Chen Santian's storage bag and storage ring. After a person died, their ownership over their storage rings and storage bags would terminate. This brat is quite rich. There were countless spirit stones and pills, as well as many talismans and curses. But he had few pieces of equipment and not even a single manual. Only bring money when going out. Han Ju poured everything into his little universe belt. He then waved his right hand, and his fire spirit energy turned into raging flames that wrapped around Chen Santian's corpse, burning it into ashes. Han Ju returned to his bed and continued cultivating. Time passed quickly. 8 years passed. Han Ju had finally reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. Besides the Thunder cultivation potential, the other 5 were still at the 1st level of the Golden Core realm. No one would believe it if news of this speed of breakthrough were to spread. Han Ju started to cultivate his Wind cultivation potential. It could increase his flying speed, and was suitable for escaping from danger. Half a month later. Someone visited. It was Xing Hongxian. Husband, are you there? This content is taken from Light Novel World. Calm hearing this, Han Ju's mouth twitched. After so many years, Xing Hongxian's cultivation level had already reached the 3rd stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. It seemed like Daoist Jingxu was treating her well. Back when she was still at the Qi refinement realm, her breakthrough speed hadn't been this fast. Han Ju thought for a moment, then waved his hand to close the array formation at the entrance. The stone door then opened wide. Xing Hongxian quickly walked in. Upon seeing Han Ju, she beamed with joy. She first sized up the situation inside the cave abode, then walked to Han Ju's side and sat down. Then, she leaned against him. Han Ju frowned and said, "Miss Xing, please behave appropriately. I haven't agreed to be your husband." Xing Hongxian pursed her lips. "Weren't you very excited when you were in the outer sect?" Han Ju felt awkward, but his expression did not change, and he looked cold. Xing Hongxian waved her right hand, and 10 medicinal bottles appeared on the ground. "These are pure jade pills," Xing Hongxian said with a proud smile. "I've accumulated them over the years. I don't believe you won't be tempted." Han Ju's expression softened. "Take it back. I don't need it anymore." Xing Hongxian's smile froze as she frowned. After that, her expression changed greatly, and she asked with a trembling voice, "Could it be that you've already?" Han Ju smiled. Xing Hongxian immediately jumped towards him, but he blocked her with his spirit energy. "Miss Xing, if you want to be my companion, you have to cultivate harder. Otherwise, after hundreds of years, I will become an immortal and you will become white bones. Your deep love would then be my punishment," Han Ju said seriously. Xing Hongxian calmed down upon hearing this. He has a point. She immediately stood up and said, "You're right. I can't be your burden. I'll help you ask for Golden Core cultivation pills." With that, she took back the medicine bottle on the ground and walked towards the cave entrance. "Miss Xing, don't tell anyone about my breakthrough," Han Ju reminded her. His cultivation speed was too astonishing. If news of this got out, he wouldn't be able to cultivate in peace. Xing Hongxian turned and smiled. "Don't worry. I'm also afraid that you will attract the attention of other girls." Her smile was as beautiful as a flower, and it was extremely moving. Han Ju quickly suppressed his palpitations. What a terrifying woman. I almost fell for it. The source of this content is Light Novel World. Calm after Xing Hongxian left, Han Ju waved his hand and activated the array formation again. He closed the stone gate and continued his cultivation. Xing Hong Xian. Fairy Shi Xian, both have the word Xian in their names. Could it be that they are related? Han Ju held his breath and thought silently. To Han Ju, the feud between the viridescent nether cult and the Jade Pure sect had been going on for decades. In reality, it had been even longer. To Han Ju, the feud between the viridescent nether cult and the Jade Pure sect had been going on for decades. In reality, it had been even longer. The two sects weren't the only ones in the cultivation world. There were other sects as well. Their enemies weren't just each other. It was precisely because of this that the viridescent nether cult and the Jade Pure sect didn't dare to make a move. They were afraid that both sides would suffer losses and give the other sects a chance to reap the benefits. In a dark hall, 8 figures were meditating. Zhang Kunmo was among them. The leader was a man in a blood-red robe. His hair was black and white, and he had an indifferent expression. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He was Duan Tongtian, cult leader of the viridescent nether cult. You still haven't caught Li Qingzi after so long? Duan Tongtian asked in a deep voice. The 7 elders fell silent. They had chased after Li Qingzi for nearly 20 years, and each time, Li Qingzi was lucky enough to escape. Li Qingzi intentionally didn't return to the Jade Pure sect. He was acting as the decoy for the sect. Zhang Kunmo said, let's just ignore him and attack the Jade Pure sect directly. My disciple was killed there. We put in so much effort on Santian. Aren't you going to seek revenge? He gritted his teeth at the thought of Han Ju. Back then, he had threatened him. But after so many years, he still hadn't taken action. He could even imagine Han Ju mocking him for boasting. I think so, too. Our overall strength has already surpassed the Jade Pure sects. We can attack them directly. During the Demonic Path Convention, the other sects have already declared that unless we conquer the neighboring Jade Pure sect, they will not submit to us. That's right. If we can't even defeat a nearby Orthodox sect, how can we be the leader of the Demonic Path sects? I'm willing to lead my disciples to attack the Jade Pure sect. Other than Li Qingzi, there's another old monster in the Jade Pure sect. The elders began to discuss amongst themselves. Duan Tongtian's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. After a long time, all the elders stopped and turned to look at him, waiting for him to make a decision. Duan Tongtian said, I'm preparing to break through to the soul formation realm. Let's launch the attack after my success. By then, it would be very easy to defeat the Jade Pure sect. Soul formation realm. The elders looked at him in shock. Zhang Kunmo took a deep breath and asked, Leader, are you confident? Duan Tongtian said calmly, I've been preparing for this for decades. I'm 90% confident. 30 more years, it won't be long. 30 years. To mortals, it might be half a lifetime. But to them, it wasn't long at all. It had been 10 years since Xing Hongxian left. Han Ju cultivated his wind cultivation potential to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm and his fire cultivation potential to the 3rd. Ever since his thunder cultivation potential reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, cultivating the other cultivation potentials was twice as easy. Han Ju already saw the nascent soul realm waving at him. He grew stronger every day. It was a wonderful feeling. So, cultivating in seclusion wasn't boring at all. Only by reaching the nascent soul realm as soon as possible could one truly emerge from the weak. Han Ju was already 88 years old, and he was at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. In the cultivation world, there was definitely no other person as fast as him. But he was still unsatisfied. Even reaching the nascent soul realm wasn't enough. He wanted to cultivate until the end, until he was absolutely invincible. One fine day, Chang Yuer came to visit. Han Ju closed the array formation and welcomed her into the residence. Junior brother, I'm here to see you. I also brought you some natural treasures. Planting them by the pool will make the spirit chi in your cave abode even richer. In the future, it might become the cave abode with the richest spirit chi in the entire Jade Pure sect, Chang Yuer said with a smile. She walked to the edge of the pool and began scattering seeds. Han Ju smiled. Thank you, senior. Don't thank me. It was all given to me by master. I'm just helping out with some manual labor, Chang Yuer said with a smile. Han Ju couldn't help but think about Fairy Shi Xian. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Calm, he uttered a word of gratitude in his head. Chang Yuer continued, ever since you went into seclusion, Jade Serene Peak welcomed several new disciples. Junior Iron, who was ranked behind you, passed away 2 years ago. Elder Iron has died. Han Ju was stunned. He hurriedly clicked on his interpersonal relationships and realized that he could no longer find Elder Iron's profile picture. He was gone. Speaking of him, his cultivation potential was so bad. He should have spent his entire life in the outer sect. To be able to come to the inner sect, he definitely had no more regrets. However, before his death, he wanted to see you. His apprentice alchemist told me that. Why did he want to see me? Han Ju asked with a complicated expression. He used to hate Elder Iron. But now that he thought about it, Elder Iron had never hurt him. It could even be said that he had raised him. Elder Iron's death caused Han Ju's disgust towards him to disappear without a trace. He even felt a bit melancholy. This is the path of cultivation. People always die on the way. But, I can't die halfway. Han Ju became more determined to pursue immortality. Chang Yuer shook her head and said, how would I know? Did you know each other before? Only a few people knew that Han Ju and Elder Iron knew each other. Chang Yuer wasn't one of them. It doesn't matter anymore. Senior, cultivate harder. If you die too, I will be sad. Han Ju was sincere this time. After coming to this world, he didn't know many people. There were even fewer people who had treated him well. Chang Yuer turned to look at him and smiled. Humph, stinky little junior. I thought you didn't care about me. Han Ju smiled and shook his head. The two of them started chatting. Most of the time, Chang Yuer was the one talking. She described everything that had happened in the inner sect. Zhou Fan had completely risen up and became an influential figure in the inner sect. He succeeded in his challenge against the eldest disciple of Sword Peak with his foundation establishment cultivation. He won over his companion and shocked the entire sect. But on the second day after their wedding, he divorced the woman again. It was a huge controversy. Updated from Light Novel World. Currently, Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou had already become the representatives of the Heavenly Thunder Peak. They were both personal disciples, and Mo Fuzhou was even a core candidate. Xing Hongxian had been cultivating at Main Peak. So, she wasn't very famous. Alright, it's time for me to go back and cultivate. I'll try to accompany you on the road of cultivation for a bit longer. Chang Yuer playfully smiled and then left. Han Ju sighed. Although Chang Yuer was joking, Han Ju felt sad when he heard her words. Han Ju was someone who wanted to live forever. Chang Yuer's talent was far inferior to his, so she definitely wouldn't live as long as him. However, Han Ju wasn't a pretentious person and quickly adjusted his mentality. If he had the ability in the future, he could also help those close to him. For example, Fairy Shi Xian, Chang Yuer, and Xing Hongxian. Should Mo Zhu be included? Han Ju pondered silently. He suddenly raised his right hand and used his finger as a sword to write 2 words on the stone wall across him. Elder Iron. He stood up and bowed at the name. It was a late farewell. Hopefully, Elder Iron will be reborn in a good family. After that, Han Ju continued to meditate and cultivate. It had been another 10 years. Han Ju's fire and water cultivation potentials had reached the 9th and 7th levels of the Golden Core realm, respectively. He was only left with earth and wood cultivation potentials. This speed was already amazing, but he was somewhat dissatisfied. He began to rummage through his little universe belt to check the medicinal pills left behind by Chen Santian. Chen Santian was also a Golden Core cultivator. Perhaps he had Golden Core cultivation pills. Unfortunately, no. This brat's medicinal pills were mostly poison, aphrodisiacs, and all sorts of despicable drugs. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better experience, as expected of a fucking member of the cult. Han Ju couldn't help but curse. Without the aid of pills, Han Ju could only continue cultivating with great difficulty. Without the aid of pills, Han Ju could only continue cultivating with great difficulty. Even so, he was getting closer and closer to the nascent soul realm. 2 years later. His water cultivation potential had finally reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. Han Ju began cultivating his wood cultivation potential. Lines of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Congratulations on reaching 100 years old. You have unlocked the simulation trial function. Simulation trial, you can set your opponent's cultivation level and level of strength to simulate a battle. You can also detect all living beings within a radius of 100 miles and simulate a battle with them. The result of the battle will not affect the physical and mental state of the opponent. The number of times you activate this function is unlimited. Simulation trial. It can even detect living beings within a radius of 50 kilometers. Han Ju was first stunned, then pleasantly surprised. This is an overpowered function. Han Ju didn't know how strong he was. He could finally give it a try now. He immediately activated the simulation trial function and closed his eyes. He came to a dark space. You can choose a character in interpersonal relationships to be your opponent. Han Ju immediately chose Li Qingzi. He wanted to see the difference in strength between him and the sect master. Soon, Li Qingzi appeared in front of him. This Li Qingzi was expressionless and looked like a puppet. The battle began. Li Qingzi took out a golden ruler and attacked Han Ju. Han Ju took out the Qilin sword and used the 7 illusionary steps to distance himself from him. He quickly executed the 3 pure shadow sword technique, causing 3 sword shadows to appear out of thin air and shoot towards Li Qingzi. Li Qingzi quickly waved his ruler, dispersed the sword shadows, and chased after him. Han Ju raised his hand and struck out with the 9 dragons devil expelling seal. The 6 attributes of spirit energy kept changing, and the 9 dragons devil expelling seal collided with Li Qingzi. Initially, Li Qingzi was still able to break the 9 dragons devil expelling seal, but he was quickly sent flying. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. It seemed like his 9 dragons devil expelling seal was very powerful. No wonder it could suppress the great Grand Elder's essence soul. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Com platform. However, the 9 dragons devil expelling seal didn't hurt Li Qingzi. He would always launch his attack again immediately after. Han Ju wasn't in a hurry. He was already very satisfied to be on par with Li Qingzi. The battle lasted for 10 minutes before Han Ju lost. Li Qingzi's heavenly constellation golden body was extremely powerful. When spells hit him, it didn't cause any substantial damage. However, Han Ju discovered that using the Qilin sword to execute the 3 pure shadow sword technique would make his attack more damaging. It could break through Li Qingzi's heavenly constellation golden body and cause him to bleed. As expected of an unparalleled sword. However, he would only be able to break through the defense, not claim victory. He then lowered Li Qingzi's cultivation. 7th level of the nascent soul realm. He still couldn't win. 6th level of the nascent soul realm. A draw. 5th level of the nascent soul realm. He slaughtered Li Qingzi. Hanju activated the Qilin sword and executed the 3 pure shadow sword technique. The 3 sword shadows tore Li Qingzi's body apart. Not bad. Not bad. To kill a cultivator 5 levels above me is up to standard considering my cultivation technique, cultivation potential, sword technique, and unparalleled sword potential. Hanju thought silently. Subsequently, he lowered Li Qingzi's cultivation level to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm and realized that his spirit energy far exceeded Li Qingzi's. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique was evident. Cultivating all 6 types of cultivation potentials gave an abundant pool of spirit energy. He could instantly kill Li Qingzi of the same cultivation level as him without using the Qilin sword. When his consciousness returned to reality, Hanju opened his eyes. I can kill a 5th level nascent soul realm expert now. When I break through to the nascent soul realm, wouldn't I be able to compete with a soul formation realm cultivator? Hanju thought excitedly, but then shook his head. The strength of a soul formation realm cultivator was definitely vastly different from that of a nascent soul realm cultivator. He couldn't let his imagination wild, or else he might fail. I have to think that I can't beat a soul formation realm cultivator. That's the only way to be cautious. Hanju warned himself silently. Only wood and earth cultivation potentials left. This content is taken from Light Novel World. Calm Hanju was full of fighting spirit. He felt that he would be able to cultivate both to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm within 10 years. As more and more cultivation potentials reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, the cultivation speed of the remaining ones became faster and faster. 10 years was enough for him to cultivate the 2 remaining potentials to the 9th level. 10 years went by quickly. Hanju didn't leave the cave abode even half a step. He practically cultivated the entire time. He had successfully cultivated all his cultivation potentials to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. Next, he would begin cultivation to perfection. Hanju was pleasantly surprised to discover that he could actually absorb 6 types of spirit qi at the same time. It was something new. Can it be that the 9th level of the Golden Core realm is a threshold? Hanju soon discovered that absorbing 6 types of spirit qi at the same time wasn't too slow for his cultivation speed. Overall, it was faster than before. Good news. Hanju was confident and continued to cultivate. Half a year later, all his cultivation potentials had reached perfection. He could finally cultivate his nascent soul. Hanju didn't relax. He started to prepare for the tribulation transcendence. He established a barrier covering the entire Khanate cave abode. Jade Pure Sect, main peak. Inside the hall, Li Qingzi sat at the end of the table. The elders of the 18 peaks were gathered. Besides them, there were several other elders. Everyone's expression was very grave. Heavenly Thunder Peak's old immortal Taoist Thunder's expression was really pale. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Is this true?" Li Qingzi sighed and said, "It's absolutely true. Duan Tongtian had just transcended tribulation a month ago. He's now consolidating his cultivation. He's already a soul formation realm almighty." Soul formation realm. Everyone was scared out of their mind. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. Even Fairy Shi Xian didn't look good. Where's Master? Hasn't he already cultivated his essence soul? Is he already close to the soul formation realm? Taoist Jingshu hurriedly asked. Li Qingzi sighed and said, "No, his essence soul is only a mystical power. He seemed to have suffered some kind of blow previously and gave up on it decades ago. He's still cultivating bitterly now. Although he's already at the 9th level of the nascent soul realm, there's still an insurmountable gap between him and the soul formation realm." Visit Light Novel World. Calm for the best novel reading experience. The hall fell into deathly silence. Everyone was stressed. An elder couldn't help but ask, then, what should we do? Ask for help. Li Qingzi sighed and said, I've already sent a letter to other orthodox sects asking for help. I haven't received any reply yet. The elders began to discuss amongst themselves. Soul formation realm. Even if all of us joined forces, we still might not be able to defeat him. Other than Duan Tongtian, there are many nascent soul cultivators in the viridescent nether cult. Sigh. Who would know that the goddamned cult would produce a soul formation realm cultivator? Our end has come. We definitely won't be able to win in a direct confrontation. Why don't we escape? How are we going to escape? Where are we going to escape to? Are we going to abandon our centuries of establishment? The elders were all talking at once, and their tone was very bad. No one could speak calmly in the face of such a crisis. Li Qingzi sighed, his face full of worry. Quang, the bell rang on Jade Serene Peak. All the disciples gathered in front of the main door of the Jade Serene Hall. After entering the hall, the disciples found mats to sit on. Fairy Shi Xian glanced around and frowned slightly. Han Ju didn't come again. Forget it. All the disciples looked at Fairy Shi Xian. There was no nervousness nor anticipation. They thought it was about the upcoming inner sect assessment. From the latest information, the cult leader of the viridescent nether cult, Duan Tongtian, has already reached the soul formation realm. If there are no accidents, the cult will launch a large-scale invasion against us in a few years. Fairy Shi Xian's expression was indifferent as she spoke. The disciples were stunned for a moment before exploding. Soul formation realm. Impossible. Do we have soul formation cultivators? Of course not, soul formation realm only exists in the legends. Visit Light Novel World. Calm for the best novel reading experience. It's over. No wonder the cult is becoming more rampant lately. Fairy Shi Xian raised her hand, signaling the disciples to be quiet. Fairy Shi Xian raised her hand, signaling the disciples to be quiet. The disciples quickly quietened down and looked at her nervously. The emergence of a soul formation realm cultivator in the cult was definitely a catastrophe for the Jade Pure sect. Even if they have a soul formation realm cultivator, we still have to fight. Jade Pure sect has been established for almost 1,000 years, how can it be destroyed by the cult? I don't usually ask you all to contribute to the sect, but since the sect is in trouble, all of you must be prepared to fight. From today onwards, all of you are not allowed to leave the Jade Pure sect. Focus on your cultivation and prepare for the battle. Fairy Shi Xian swept her gaze over everyone as she spoke. The strong aura of a nascent soul cultivator erupted, enveloping the entire hall. The disciples felt a chill in their hearts. Even though they were afraid, they didn't dare to show it. As matters stood, there was no other way. They had all dealt with the cult before and knew that the consequences of surrendering would be worse. Inside the connate cave abode, thunder rumbled. Han Ju was transcending the tribulation. Under the barrier's enclosure, the sound and aura of the heavenly thunder did not leak out. This heavenly tribulation was different from the ones he encountered before. The lightning transformed into a dragon, and it was even more destructive than before. Nevertheless, it couldn't break through the golden cicada's mystic divine robe's defense. In order to prevent the plants in the cave abode from being destroyed, Han Ju used his spirit energy to protect them. Fortunately, the lightning only kept bombarding him. The cave wasn't big, but it was very high. The dark clouds blocked the hole on top. During the tribulation, Han Ju had nightmares from time to time. There were all kinds of nightmares, including the death of his friends and master, as well as returning to his previous life and realizing it was all just a dream. Fortunately, Han Ju had a strong will and these nightmares couldn't affect him at all. The inner evil didn't even have a chance to emerge. Nascent soul realm, I'm definitely going to break through. Hanju thought excitedly. As he continued to circulate his spirit energy according to the cultivation method, the 6 spirit energies in his body formed a vortex once again. As they gathered on his golden core, the outline of a nascent soul could be vaguely seen. He was already close to the nascent soul realm. Junior. Chang Yuer's voice came from outside the cave abode. Hanju thought it was a hallucination. He had heard it before, so he didn't take it to heart. Outside the cave abode. Chang Yuer called out a few times, but Hanju didn't answer. She couldn't help but frown as she muttered, "Stinky Junior, you're cultivating too seriously. The sect is in crisis, but you don't even want to come out." She thought about it and decided to stay outside the cave abode. She walked to a tree not far away and started meditating. If the viridescent nether cult attacked the Jade Pure sect from this side, Hanju would definitely be the first to face trouble. She had to protect him. Of course, with her strength, it was very difficult for her to protect him. But when Hanju woke up from his cultivation, she could tell him immediately and bring him back to the inner sect to hide. 10 days later. Hanju finally reached the nascent soul realm, and his spiritual strength soared. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better experience. The 6 types of spirit energy merged into a new and powerful spirit energy. 6 paths spirit energy. A line of words appeared in front of Hanju. Congratulations on breaking through to the nascent soul realm. You will obtain a mystical power reward. You chose the path of a swordsman. Congratulations on obtaining a sword Dao mystical power, Heavenly Punishment Ghost Deity Sword. Wow! Heavenly Punishment Ghost Deity Sword. What a dramatic name. So embarrassing. Hanju thought excitedly. He immediately began to inherit the mystical power. Although it was a mystical power, it was still a sword Dao. It wasn't difficult for Hanju. A mystical power was different from usual magic. He would be able to use it immediately after understanding it. Practice wasn't necessary. But of course, he could still practice it if he wanted to. It would make him more proficient with it. At the same time, outside the cave abode, Chang Yuer was meditating and cultivating. She was already used to cultivating nearby. She opened her eyes to look at the cave abode and muttered, "Stinky Junior, you still aren't coming out." Luckily, the cult didn't invade us. She wanted to leave many times, but she was afraid that she would miss the time when Hanju came out of seclusion. Chang Yuer sighed and closed her eyes again. She liked him, after all. Maybe wait a little longer. The next day, Hanju successfully grasped the Heavenly Punishment Ghost Deity Sword. He opened his attributes panel, name, Hanju, lifespan, 111/998, race, mortal, cultivation, first level of the nascent soul realm, technique, 6 paths of reincarnation technique, can be inherited, magic, unparalleled finger divine sword, 7 illusionary steps, 3 pure shadow sword technique, unparalleled, 9 dragons devil expelling seal, mystical power, 6 paths soul absorption technique, heavenly punishment ghost deity sword, equipment, golden cicadas mystic divine robe. Grade 7 numinous treasure, little universe belt, Qilin sword, cultivation potential, spiritual physique of the 6 paths. It contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder cultivation potentials. Increases providence to a certain extent. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. Connate providence is as follows: unparalleled, immortal beauty, top-notch charm, destined sword fanatic, top-notch sword Dao aptitude, top-notch sword Dao learning ability, unparalleled movement technique, top-notch movement technique aptitude, descendant of the immortal emperor. After the game begins, you will receive an unparalleled cultivation technique and 1000 superior grade spirit stones. Check interpersonal relationships. His lifespan had increased greatly to 988 years. He was only at the first level of the nascent soul realm. If he reached the 9th level, he would definitely hit 1,000 years old. Awesome! Han Ju smiled proudly. He wasn't planning to leave the cave abode, but to continue cultivating, when he suddenly discovered Chang Yuer meditating outside. Previously, he had heard Chang Yuer's voice, but he was breaking through and thought that it was an illusion. Han Ju hesitated whether he should check out what was going on outside. However, he saw that Chang Yuer was cultivating and there seemed to be no urgent matter. She actually wants to tap into the spirit qi in my cave abode. But all the spirit herbs in the cave abode were planted by her. So, Han Ju decided to allow it. Continue cultivating. A year later. Chang Yuer suddenly stood up and looked into the distance in fear. Thunderclouds appeared above the 18 peaks of the Jade Pure sect, surging violently and covering the sky. On the west side of the Jade Pure sect, fiendish cultivators charged out of the forest one after another. A huge army of them flew on their swords and sped towards the Jade Pure sect. Fiendish aura gathered together like a sea of darkness. The cult was here. Chang Yuer immediately panicked. Instinctively, she wanted to call out to Han Ju. But on second thought, the cult was attacking from the other side. Junior Han's cave was nicely out of the way. If she woke him up and brought him back to the inner sect, it might actually end up worse. Chang Yuer bit her lips, before leaping onto her sword and flying towards Jade Serene Peak. Inside the Khanate cave abode. Han Ju was cultivating when a notification appeared before his eyes. Your sect, Jade Pure sect, is currently under attack by the viridescent nether cult. Han Ju was stunned. He quickly reached out with his divine sense and saw the astounding scene of the cult attacking the Jade Pure sect. Why suddenly start fighting? Han Ju was already a nascent soul realm expert. His strength was far greater than before, so he naturally didn't panic. But the scale of the invasion was very large. He had to be cautious. Updated from Light Novel World. Calm Han Ju didn't go to help immediately. He activated the simulation trial function to detect everyone in Jade Pure sect and let the system search for the strongest person. Duan Tongtian, first level of the Soul Formation Realm, cult leader of the viridescent nether cult. Soul Formation Realm. Han Ju shuddered. So fierce. Han Ju's first reaction was to run. Jade Pure sect has no chance. Calm down. I'm no longer the same as before. I could kill nascent soul realm cultivators when I was at the Golden Core realm. Han Ju decided to test Duan Tongtian's strength first. He wanted to see if he could deal with him with the heavenly punishment ghost deity sword. Han Ju's consciousness immediately entered the trial space. The battle began. A minute later. Han Ju opened his eyes. He had an awkward expression on his face. He muttered to himself, that's it. He had underestimated himself. I have an unparalleled sword. My cultivation technique is inherited from the immortal emperor. I have the spiritual physique of the 6 paths. And I have mystical powers. I can't benchmark myself with ordinary people. Han Ju stood up and prepared to head to the Jade Pure sect. The once flourishing Jade Pure sect was now in chaos. The inner sect city had been reduced to ruins and corpses were everywhere. The 18 peaks were filled with figures battling. Chow chow. Chow chow. Come out and die. Chen Santian's master, Zhang Kunmo, floated in the air. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with rage. He was infuriated. He had been here for so long, but Chow Chow hadn't shown himself. Could he have run away? He had withheld his vengeance for decades. He was waiting for this day to avenge his beloved disciple, but he couldn't find the enemy. How frustrating. Zhang Kunmo turned his head to look at the Jade Pure sect's main peak. The lofty main peak had already been set on fire. Flames swept through the sky, creating a magnificent sight. Cult leader should be ending it soon, Zhang Kunmo muttered to himself. He could feel the aura of the Jade Pure Sect elders rapidly weakening. Follow new episodes on the light novel world. Com platform. No one in the Jade Pure Sect could stop a soul formation cultivator. Jade Pure Sect, Main Peak. Jade Pure Sect, Main Peak. The elders of the 18 peaks were all heavily injured. They were either meditating to recuperate or lying on the ground, unable to get up. They were all staring at the sky as Li Qingzi and the great Grand Elder fought Duan Tongtian. Duan Tongtian's black robes fluttered in the wind as a gigantic black mountain floated behind him. Lightning interweaved on the black mountain, and the powerful suction force made it difficult for Li Qingzi and the great Grand Elder to move. Violent winds wreaked havoc on the mountain, sweeping up countless trees as dust mixed with sparks flying. Li Qingzi and the great Grand Elder were both injured. Their Daoist robes were torn and their hair was disheveled. They looked extremely pathetic. Although they were already exhausted, they still had to fight. They knew that if they were defeated, it would really be the end of the Jade Pure Sect. Their skin was golden in color, and their muscles exposed through the holes on their robes were visually impactful. Heavenly constellation golden body. If not for this secret technique, they would have long been defeated. Duan Tongtian looked down at them and said with a sinister smile, "Give up. You aren't my match at all. If you kneel and beg for mercy, perhaps I can make your disciples suffer less. The grudge that has lasted for hundreds of years should be settled." Li Qingzi, still holding his golden ruler, spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Duan Tongtian, the disciples of the Jade Pure Sect would rather die than submit to the demonic path." With a swing of his ruler, gales of fire swept forth toward Duan Tongtian. Duan Tongtian waved his hand casually, and the black mountain behind him absorbed the fire gust. Great Grand Elder cursed and said, gritting his teeth, "This mountain is a connate black magnet. It absorbs and dissolves spirit energy. This demon doesn't even need to cast any spells. He will exhaust us to death just with the magnet." Duan Tongtian hadn't used his full strength this entire time. He was deliberately playing with and torturing them. "Damn it! What should we do?" Li Qingzi clenched his fist indignantly. Great Grand Elder fell silent. Not far away, Fairy Shixian sighed. "We're finished, after all." Fairy Shixian couldn't help but think of Han Ju. That kid is probably still in seclusion. Fairy Shixian was both angry and helpless. Her heart filled with sorrow. She blamed herself even more when she thought of the other disciples. "As your master, I can't protect you. I can only die before you." Fairy Shixian slowly stood up, her body swaying, but her eyes were still filled with determination. Even if she died, she would die for the Jade Pure Sect. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better experience. At the edge of the cliff, Mo Zhu was stopped by two fiendish cultivators. "Hee, little beauty. If you're willing to serve us and make us happy, you might not have to die." One of them laughed and looked at her with lust. Mo Zhu looked behind them. Mo Fuzhou was busy fighting three other Golden Core Realm cultivators from the Viridescent Nether cult and couldn't save her. Damn it! Mo Zhu gritted her teeth, turned, and leaped down the cliff. Even if she died, she didn't want to be harassed by the fiendish cultivators. She fell through layers of clouds. She wanted to use her flying sword, but she had exhausted the spirit energy in her body. She smiled bitterly. She was really going to die now. She closed her eyes slowly as a face appeared in her mind. A face of unparalleled beauty that was even prettier than women. If I was as determined as him when cultivating, I would have been able to kill a few more fiendish cultivators now before I die. Sigh. Han Ju, will we meet again in our next life? No. I hope that in my next life, you will have achieved immortality. Sparkling tears fell from the corners of Mo Zhu's eyes. At this moment, she suddenly felt someone catch her and heard a familiar voice. Miss Mo, why are you down here? Han Ju. Mo Zhu was stunned. What does he mean by down here? Is Han Ju already dead? Are we in the Yellow Spring? Mo Zhu opened her eyes and saw Han Ju's handsome face. She was lying in his arms. Han Ju caught Mo Fuzhou's aura and immediately flew up, carrying Mo Zhu. Honestly, this girl has a good body. She's so comfortable to hug. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Ba. What nonsense are you thinking? It must be a test from the Great Tao. Are we already dead? Mo Zhu stared at him in a daze and asked weakly. Hearing that, Han Ju raised his right hand. Pa! He slapped Mo Zhu, and she instantly jolted awake. So painful. Mo Zhu rubbed her red cheeks and looked at him in surprise. As the two of them returned to the cliff, Han Ju swept his gaze over and saw Mo Fuzhou being surrounded by 3 fiendish cultivators. He immediately used the 3 pure shadow sword technique. With a flash of sword light, blood painted the ground. The 3 fiendish cultivators were instantly killed by the sword shadows. Mo Fuzhou was stunned. 3 Golden Core Realm experts were instantly killed. When he saw that it was Han Ju who had attacked, he was very shocked. Impossible. Brother Han. Mo Fuzhou wanted to say something, but Han Ju suddenly tossed Mo Zhu to him. Take care of her. With these words, Han Ju continued to fly towards the main peak. Mo Fuzhou's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Han Ju ignored the notification. Along the way, he used his finger as a sword and continuously executed the unparalleled finger divine sword, causing sword chi to shoot out and kill the fiendish cultivators along the way. The disciples of Jade Pure sect looked at him in shock. Who is that person? So strong. Is he an elder of the sect? Why haven't I seen him before? Wait, he seems to be a disciple from Jade Serene Peak, ranked 3rd in the Inner Disciple Trial a few decades ago. Is he a core candidate? Visit Light Novel World. For the best novel reading experience. Han Ju disregarded the gazes along the way and reached out with his divine sense. He could feel the powerful pressure coming from main peak. The aura of a soul formation realm cultivator. When Han Ju passed by Jade Serene Peak, he caught Chang Yuer's aura. Chang Yuer and the disciples of Jade Serene Peak were fighting as a large group against twice as many fiendish cultivators. The situation was extremely bad. Han Ju waved his hand, and sword shadows immediately zoomed off. 3 sword shadows of different colors were as fast as lightning, killing one fiendish cultivator after another. Screams of agony could be heard. Lu Sanxin, Chang Yuer, and the rest were stunned. They turned their heads subconsciously and saw Han Ju flying over from afar. Junior Han. Chang Yuer cried out in joy. The surrounding fiendish cultivators were so frightened that they fled. However, the sword shadows chased after them. When Han Ju vanished from sight, the sword shadows had already killed close to 100 fiendish cultivators. A kill every 10 steps, casually leave when the deed ends. Is it really Junior Han Ju? Lu Sanxin was stunned. He thought that Han Ju was just passing by and that the one who really attacked was another expert. The technique was too powerful. Main peak. In the forest. Xing Hongxian was leaning against a tree trunk. Her right arm was bleeding profusely, and her robes were soaked red. Yet, she still looked extremely beautiful. In front of her stood a man in black. The black-clothed man held a ring-shaped saber in his hand and smiled sinisterly. I'll give you a chance. Go back and marry me and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die here. I'll extract your soul and refine you into a ghost slave. Faced with the black-robed man's threat, Xing Hongxian gritted her teeth and said, "It's impossible for me to return to the cult. When Duan Tongtian forced my parents to their deaths, I decided to take revenge. As for marrying you, are you even worthy?" A hint of killing intent flashed through the black-robed man's eyes. "You're about to die, yet you still dare to mock me. You're asking for it." The man in black was about to speak when he suddenly looked up and saw a figure appear above the forest. Xing Hongxian looked up and exclaimed in surprise, "Husband." Visit Light Novel World. Com for the best novel reading experience. Han Ju asked indifferently, "Miss Xing, do you need help?" "Bastard! Bastard! How dare you harm my potential companion?" Han Ju looked indifferent, but he was surging with killing intent deep within. When Xing Hongxian heard Han Ju's question, she subconsciously nodded. However, on second thought, this black-clothed man was ranked second among the cult's core disciples. Even if Han Ju had already broken through to the Golden Core realm, he was definitely at the early stages of the Golden Core realm. How could he defeat the black-robed man? Xing Hongxian said, "Husband, hurry." Before she could say, "Escape," the man in black suddenly attacked. The black-robed man sensed that Han Ju was at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. "How dare a 9th level Foundation Establishment realm cultivator disturb me? How impudent!" The man in black slashed out with his saber, causing saber chi to rise rapidly. Without another word, Han Ju raised his hand and executed the 9 dragons devil-expelling seal. The golden jade seal descended from the sky and dispersed the saber chi before pressing down on the man in black. It was a terrifying amount of pressure. Greatly shocked, the man in black immediately jumped away. Han Ju followed up with the 3 pure shadow sword technique. Sword shadows flashed. The man in black died before he even landed. It was a gruesome death. He was torn into pieces. Xing Hongxian widened her eyes in disbelief. "Find a place to hide." With these words, Han Ju flew towards the summit of Main Peak. Xing Hongxian was rooted in place in the forest for a long while. Xing Hongshuan's favorability toward you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars, it increased again. Han Ju smiled bitterly. It seemed that this woman would never fall in love with another man in her life. My damned charm and strength. On Main Peak, Fairy Shi Xian, Old Immortal Daoist Thunder, Daoist Jingxiu, and the other elders were all lying in pools of blood, heavily injured. Most of the elders of the 18 peaks were here, while the remaining elders were in the inner sect battling with the other experts of the cult. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Compared to them, Li Qingzi and the Great Grand Elder were in the worst state. Both of their heavenly constellation golden bodies had been destroyed. Li Qingzi lost both his arms and knelt in the ruins. The Great Grand Elder's face was covered in blood as he meditated to recover. There was no more suspense in this battle. Duan Tongtian stood on the connate black magnet with a mocking smile. "Do you still want to resist? Guess how many people from Jade Pure sect are still alive?" The elders were silent. Many of them had even closed their eyes and were waiting for death. Fairy Shi Xian also closed her eyes. Jade Pure sect would be destroyed today. From today onwards, Jade Pure sect would no longer exist in the cultivation world. Villains die from talking too much. I don't think you've heard of this saying before. A voice drifted over. Duan Tongtian glanced over and saw Han Ju flying over at a moderate speed on his flying sword. 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Duan Tongtian laughed. All the elders of the Jade Pure sect looked over. When Fairy Shi Xian saw Han Ju, she immediately panicked and hurriedly said, "What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave." Li Qingzi and the Great Grand Elder looked at Han Ju with complicated expressions. They still remembered him. They had bad impressions of him. They felt that he was afraid of death and had no future. They didn't expect that only Han Ju would dare to come up the mountain during this crisis. Sigh. They both sighed at the same time. Han Ju flew to Fairy Shi Xian and asked with concern, "Master, are you all right?" Fairy Shi Xian's hair was messy. This was the first time Han Ju saw her in such an unglamorous state. Even so, Master is still breathtakingly beautiful. Fairy Shi Xian said in a low voice, "Listen. Leave immediately. Run as far as you can. From now on, you're no longer a disciple of the Jade Pure sect. Facing the powerful cult leader, Fairy Shi Xian wishes for you to leave. You have the following choices." Han Ju wasn't affected by the notification. He had come here because he had already made the decision. Duan Tongtian said with a smile, "Kid, you have guts. Amongst the Jade Pure sect disciples, only you have guts. If you kneel and kowtow 3 times to me, I will spare your life and give you a chance to join the Viridescent Nether cult." Updated from Light Novel World. Calm Boom. Immediately after speaking, he unleashed the terrifying aura of a soul formation stage cultivator, and the rubble on the ground trembled so violently that it couldn't even settle on the ground. Han Ju's black hair fluttered in the wind. He was calm as he turned to look at Duan Tongtian. "Are you really not going to spare the Jade Pure sect?" Han Ju asked. The Qilin sword appeared in his hand. His blood was boiling. "Even if I'm low profile, I still fight for a cause. Right now, I'm going to kill a soul formation realm cultivator." Duan Tongtian laughed scornfully. "How can we let go of a grudge that has lasted for hundreds of years? If it was you in my shoes, you wouldn't spare the Viridescent Nether cult." Han Ju nodded in agreement. He walked towards Duan Tongtian. "Are you willing to give in?" Duan Tongtian asked with a spurious smile. Han Ju smiled and said, "Not really. I'm prepared to kill you." He said this very casually, but it shocked all the elders of the Jade Pure sect. When all the experts of the sect were defeated, a Foundation Establishment Realm disciple actually dared to stand out and say that he wanted to kill the cult leader. What kind of guts did he have? At this moment, all the elders looked at Han Ju with a different gaze. They were full of respect. Even if he died, he would die a spectacular death. "Haha, we already have such a disciple. So what if we perish?" Old immortal Taoist Thunder laughed loudly. Because he laughed too hard, his injuries were accidentally aggravated, causing him to cough in pain. The other elders praised Han Ju. Duan Tongtian frowned as killing intent flashed across his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, a thunderous roar erupted. "Chow chow! So you're here. Die!" Zhang Kunmo sped over with an iron whip in hand and a flying sword beneath his feet. He was furious. Han Ju turned around and looked at him carefully. "Hey! Isn't he Chen Santian's master?" The enraged Zhang Kunmo charged towards Han Ju without any hesitation. Just as he was about to collide with him, Han Ju raised his hand and used the 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Calm the surging 6 Paths spirit energy transformed into a golden jade seal, shooting out like a mountain. It was a juggernaut. All Jade Pure sect elders widened their eyes. His spirit energy. Fairy Shi Xian was also shocked, and her beautiful eyes widened. Zhang Kunmo's expression changed drastically, and he immediately brandished his iron whip. Fiendish chi surged into the iron whip and was discharged as a violent gust. Boom! The 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal exploded, and Zhang Kunmo was sent flying while vomiting blood. He plunged into the sea of clouds and vanished without a trace. Instant defeat. Impossible. Everyone was astonished. Duan Tongtian couldn't help widening his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. Zhang Kunmo wasn't weak. In terms of strength, he was ranked in the top 3 of the Viridescent Nether cult. This kid's spiritual energy is so overwhelming. He's not at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Nascent Soul Realm. Why didn't I know that the Jade Pure sect had this Nascent Soul Realm cultivator? Boy, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. But do you know my cultivation level? Duan Tongtian asked with a spurious smile. Han Ju couldn't help thinking that he was nuts. Why do you have so much to say? Showing off. Han Ju feigned ignorance and said, the 9th level of the Nascent Soul Realm. I'm a soul formation cultivator. Duan Tongtian laughed wantonly. Han Ju also laughed and pointed his middle finger at him. Li Qingzi suddenly sent him a voice transmission. He's stalling for time. Although he's arrogant, he didn't speak so much in the past. Kid, you have unparalleled talent. Don't waste time here. Run. You can still escape by yourself. You might be able to defeat a nascent soul cultivator, but the difference between a soul formation cultivator and a nascent soul cultivator is like heaven and earth. Don't die here. Stalling for time. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. This content is taken from Light Novel World. Come then, we will end this quickly. Han Ju raised the Qilin sword and walked towards Duan Tongtian. Han Ju raised the Qilin sword and walked towards Duan Tongtian. As his gaze fell on the small black mountain behind him, he became puzzled. What's that? Han Ju could feel the powerful suction force. He couldn't help but think of something modern. A magnet? Duan Tongtian had always been standing on this small black mountain. Is there some trick behind this? At this moment, Zhang Kunmo rushed up from the foot of the mountain again. His killing intent soared as he held an oil lamp. He poured his fiendish energy into the oil lamp and glared at Han Ju with bloodshot eyes as if he had gone mad. Chow chow. Do you still want to fight with our leader? I will kill you first. Zhang Kunmo roared. The oil lamp emitted a black aura that condensed into a huge ghostly shadow as if it came from hell. 3 sword shadows appeared behind Han Ju. He raised his left hand and waved it at Zhang Kunmo. 3 sword shadows sped forth. Fast as lightning. So fast. The elders of the Jade Pure sect were all stunned to find that their eyes couldn't keep up with the sword shadows. Pooh pooh pooh. Zhang Kunmo's body was instantly pierced through. Blood splattered everywhere, and his body was riddled with holes. Yet, he was still holding the oil lamp high. He died on the spot. A beam of light shot out from the top of Zhang Kunmo's head. Nascent soul. Zhang Kunmo's nascent soul. Han Ju squinted. The sword shadows pursued. If he wasn't even afraid of a soul formation realm cultivator, wouldn't killing a nascent soul realm cultivator be as easy as flipping his palm? No surprise. Zhang Kunmo's nascent soul was instantly chopped up. In less than 3 breaths of time, a nascent soul was easily killed by Han Ju. Silence. The entire main peak fell into silence. Fairy Shi Xian, Li Qingzi, Great Grand Elder, Old Immortal Daoist Thunder, Daoist Jingxiu, and the other elders were all dumbfounded. For more, visit Light Novel World. It was so nonsensical. A 9th level Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator is so powerful. Fairy Shi Xian, Li Qingzi, Old Immortal Daoist Thunder, and Daoist Jingxiu were the most shocked. They had observed Han Ju for decades and knew that he was really weak before. Is he possessed? But even if he was, cultivation must start from the beginning. How could he be so fast? Han Ju turned around and looked at Duan Tongtian. He discovered that Duan Tongtian wasn't shocked nor afraid. Instead, he had a mocking smile on his face. Is he crazy? Han Ju thought. Duan Tongtian said, You're indeed very strong, but you're only a nascent soul cultivator. How can you fight with me? If you bow down to me now, I can consider sparing your life. Otherwise, I'll let you experience the terror of facing me. Still acting cool. Han Ju couldn't take it anymore. The sword shadows of the three pure shadow sword technique appeared behind him again. He immediately waved his hand, and three sword shadows shot out at high speed. Boom! 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 Three sword shadows collided with Duan Tongtian and exploded. Duan Tongtian's body flashed with black lightning, easily countering the shadow swords. No! It's the small black mountain beneath his feet. What's that? Han Ju frowned. He raised the Qilin sword and prepared to execute his mystical power. The thing beneath my feet is a connate black magnet that can absorb spirit energy. Unless your spirit energy is stronger than mine, it's impossible for you to hurt me. Duan Tongtian laughed wantonly. Han Ju pointed at him with his sword and said with a smile, "You're talking nonsense. I can kill you with one strike. Do you believe me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Tongtian suddenly unleashed a terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire Jade Pure sect. In an instant, all the disciples of Jade Pure sect and the cult stopped fighting and looked at Main Peak in shock. What a terrifying pressure! Even the elders of the sect were pale and breathing heavily. They were close to Duan Tongtian. The pressure affected them more. The soul formation and nascent soul realms were worlds apart. Han Ju was moved. The soul formation realm is truly powerful. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. However, after going through the simulation trial, he had already fought against Duan Tongtian, so he was full of confidence. I have become a soul formation cultivator. I'm blessed by the heavenly Tao and full of providence. I will definitely be the top cultivator in the Great Yen cultivation world. Jade Pure sect will be my first stepping stone in unifying the cultivation world. Those who follow me prosper. Those who oppose me perish. Brat, do you really think you can kill me with one strike? If you dare to attack, you're dead for sure. I've already given you a chance. Duan Tongtian raised his arms and laughed with insane madness. The elders of Jade Pure sect looked gloomy. Duan Tongtian's aura was simply too powerful. It was so powerful that it made it hard for people to have any thoughts of resisting. Han Ju had a strange expression. This fellow is too talkative. I reached the Golden Core realm at 100 years old and the Nascent Soul realm at 200. My talent. Damn it. I've had enough. Without waiting for Duan Tongtian to finish speaking, Han Ju suddenly swung his sword. In that instant, the world seemed to have stopped. Not only on Main Peak, but everyone in the entire Jade Pure sect saw a black sword chi sweep across the sky like ink hanging high in the air. It was absolutely shocking. A Qilin's roar echoed around Main Peak. Heavenly punishment ghost deity sword. Duan Tongtian widened his eyes, unable to dodge in time. As Fairy Shi Xian, Li Qingzi, and the others watched in disbelief, Duan Tongtian's body was directly crushed by Han Ju's sword chi. The sword chi swept past, leaving an illusory figure standing on the dark magnetic field. It was Duan Tongtian's essence soul. At this moment, Duan Tongtian's face was filled with shock, as if he didn't dare believe what was happening before his eyes. His essence soul trembled. He looked at Han Ju in fear and asked with a trembling voice, "You? Who exactly are you?" Han Ju stepped on thin air. It was as if there was an invisible staircase beneath his feet as he approached Duan Tongtian step by step. Zhao Zilong of Chang Mountain. Han Ju didn't reveal his real name, in case he killed Duan Tongtian and someone older was to appear. He used the 7 illusionary steps and appeared before him in a flash. Duan Tongtian subconsciously fled, but Han Ju was even faster. He raised his left hand to use the mystical power of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. 6 paths soul absorption technique. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Calm, he directly absorbed Duan Tongtian's essence soul. Ah, Zhao Zilong. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Duan Tongtian let out a miserable shriek. After shouting a few words, his essence soul was refined by Han Ju. He was deader than dead. A soul formation realm cultivator was insta-killed by Han Ju before he could even unleash his full power. Wasn't it ridiculous for a nascent soul realm cultivator to kill a soul formation realm cultivator? But Han Ju did it. Han Ju kept his sword and looked at the connate black magnet beneath his feet. The elders still hadn't recovered from their shock. Fairy Shi Xian was also very shocked. She couldn't believe that this was her disciple. He's too powerful. Fairy Shi Xian thought she was dreaming. The others had similar thoughts. A moment ago, they were still on the brink of death. Now. Old immortal Taoist Thunder raised his hand and tapped his chest a few times. The acupoints all over his body began to hurt, making him certain that he wasn't in an illusion. No wonder, no wonder. The great grand elder was extremely excited. Back when he cultivated the essence soul mystical power, he was almost beaten to death by Han Ju. It made him doubt his path and he gave up on that mystical power. Now it seemed to him that it wasn't his fault. Han Ju was simply too strong. Li Qingzi stared at Han Ju with a complicated expression. He couldn't help but recall their encounter in the 10,000 demon realm. He had made a wrong judgment. Han Ju ignored their gazes as he stared intently at the magnet. You have successfully killed a soul formation realm cultivator. You'll obtain a bottle of unparalleled pills. Congratulations on obtaining a bottle of divine cognition pills. Xiao Yi has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred, 5 stars. Who's Xiao Yi? Hatred of 5 stars straight away. Visit Light Novel World. Calm for the best novel reading experience. Han Ju secretly cursed this guy. Han Ju hurriedly checked his interpersonal relationships. Xiao Yi, 2nd level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. Because you killed his puppet, Duan Tongtian, he's filled with hatred towards you. He can't wait to extract your bones and refine your soul. Current hatred, 5 stars. 2nd level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. Gosh. I knew there were gonna be older ones. Han Ju was speechless. Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, soul formation, void amalgamation, fusion, tribulation transcendence, and Mahayana. These were the realms of the cultivation world. Progression became harder at higher realms. A soul formation realm cultivator was enough to suppress the entire Jade Pure sect, not to mention a void amalgamation realm cultivator. I have to go into seclusion as soon as possible after this is over. I have to reach the soul formation realm as soon as possible. Han Ju thought silently. At this moment, a figure emerged from the connate black magnet. It was the essence soul of that person. His face was ugly like an evil spirit. As if it had been burned and then fermented by poison. His scars were either green or black on his extraordinarily big build. Fellow Taoist, you really have a good mystical power. A nascent soul cultivator killing a soul formation cultivator. Very eye-opening, indeed, that person said in a disturbing tone. Han Ju raised his sword. Wait. Let's talk nicely. His expression changed drastically, and he quickly lowered his stance. Han Ju recognized this person. It was the Xiao Yi whom he had just offended. His image in interpersonal relationships was as ugly as in real life. Han Ju asked, "Who are you?" Xiao Yi immediately straightened his back and said proudly, "I'm an elder of the North States demon taming sect, Xiao Yi. I can forgive you for ruining my plans as long as you kowtow and admit your wrongs. I'm a great void amalgamation cultivator. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Li Qingzi and the Great Grand Elder exchanged glances. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. No wonder the viridescent nether cult targeted the 10,000 demon realm. It was instructed by the demon taming sect. Li Qingzi gnashed his teeth. Great Grand Elder said calmly, from today onwards, the viridescent nether cult no longer exists. On the other side, Han Ju asked doubtfully, did Duan Tongtian stall for time because of you? Xiao Yi harumphed. Of course. That trash told me that no one in the Jade Pure sect was a match for him and that I could. Forget it, do you admit your mistake? This content is taken from Light Novel World. Calm Han Ju stared at him and said seriously, I'm considering whether I should kill you. Xiao Yi couldn't remain calm anymore. He said angrily, do you want to offend the demon taming sect? Do you? Before he finished speaking, he turned into a rainbow and sped towards the horizon. Han Ju was about to attack, but he didn't expect Xiao Yi to escape first. Now it was too late to give chase. As expected of an old senior. He reacts much faster than me. Han Ju sighed. He needed to learn from that. He turned around and landed behind Fairy Shi Xian to heal her. Fairy Shi Xian glanced at Han Ju from the corner of her eyes. She realized that he was not too excited after killing Duan Tongtian. He was as calm as ever. She suddenly couldn't see through him. So he was never cowardly. He really wanted to dedicate his life to cultivation and didn't want to be disturbed. Han Ju, your master doesn't need your help. Hurry up and kill the other disciples of the viridescent nether cult. Li Qingzi urged. Han Ju replied, no, master is the most important. You must be joking. If I kill all the fiendish cultivators, everyone in the world will know me. If I become well known, there will also be more enemies. Many people would even want to simply challenge him. Han Ju didn't want to face such a situation. He just wanted to help the Jade Pure sect survive this crisis. He would leave the rest to them. Li Qingzi. Fairy Shi Xian's lips curled up slightly. The other elders looked at her with a bit of jealousy. If they had such a disciple, what else could they ask for? Fellow Taoist, tell us the truth. Where are you from? With your cultivation level, you're definitely not a disciple nurtured by the Jade Pure sect, one of the elders asked. They were all curious about this. Han Ju replied, let the past remain in the past. I'm a disciple of the Jade Pure sect now, so I won't harm the sect. Everyone nodded in approval. Everyone had a past that should be kept private. At the same time, visit Light Novel World. Calm for the best novel reading experience. The other elders of the cult had rushed over. They didn't see Duan Tongtian. The connate black magnet was the only thing floating in the air. Where's cult leader? An elder asked in horror. Seeing that Han Ju and the others were healing their injuries and Duan Tongtian wasn't present, they began to feel uneasy. Hurry up and kill them. Whatever you want after this, we'll do our best to satisfy you. Li Qingzi said anxiously. With the strength that Han Ju had just displayed, killing these cult elders was a piece of cake. Han Ju hesitated. The cult elders were stunned and looked at him. A 9th level foundation establishment realm cultivator can kill us? No. He must be hiding his cultivation. Or else, how did he make our leader disappear? The cult elders immediately retreated in fear. Li Qingzi cursed silently. He immediately stood up and walked to the cliff. He used all his remaining spirit energy in his body and roared, cult leader Duan Tongtian is dead. Jade Pure sect disciples, listen up. Kill all the fiendish cultivators in the sect. His voice resounded between the mountains. Then, a huge commotion ensued. Members of the Jade Pure sect were really excited. All of them started fighting as if they were on stimulants. On the other hand, the fiendish cultivators of the viridescent nether cult were terrified. Their leader was already dead. What were they fighting for? Duan Tongtian didn't voice out to say otherwise. So, it was most likely true. Run! Our leader is dead. Damn it, the Jade Pure sect is so strong. Jade Pure sect has been hiding a mighty figure. Cult leader is at the Soul Formation realm. He was still defeated by that mighty figure. Crap, they're about to launch a counterattack. Li Qingzi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the fiendish cultivators fleeing in all directions. Good that they're escaping. At least we will have fewer casualties. Updated from Light Novel World. Calm, we will let them pay it all back another day. With Duan Tongtian's death, the cult wouldn't dare to attack the sect for a long time. Jade Pure sect could even take the initiative to attack. He turned to look at Han Ju, who was healing Fairy Shi Xian. I can't let this kid leave the sect. Li Qingzi made a firm decision. He could no longer break through. He could only rely on others. Being able to kill a Soul Formation realm cultivator with a single sword strike showed Han Ju's terrifying power. Li Qingzi needed him on Jade Pure sect's side. He immediately announced, from today onwards, Han Ju will be the vice sect master of the Jade Pure sect. Upon hearing this, the elders were all moved, but none of them refuted. I object. Li Qingzi glared at the source of the sound. But it was Han Ju. Han Ju said righteously, I only want to cultivate. I don't want to be the vice sect master. Being the vice sect master must be tiring. I don't want it to hold back my cultivation. Li Qingzi couldn't help but feel conflicted. Great Grand Elder said, let him be an elder. Just give him a title and let him enjoy the benefits of a vice sect master. Unless the sect is in trouble, no one is allowed to disturb him. Han Ju nodded in satisfaction. He liked this. Right, that person just now was at the Void Amalgamation realm. Han Ju suddenly said. Honestly, he was a little disturbed. After all, the enemy had escaped. Great Grand Elder smiled and said, he's only left with his essence soul. If I'm not wrong, Duan Tongtian agreed to help him recover his corporeal body and obtain the chance to break through in return. The reason why Duan Tongtian was stalling for time just now was probably to absorb the spirit chi and vitality of the Jade Pure sect. This should be some kind of secret technique. As for the demon taming sect, there's even less to worry about. The North State is too far away from us. It can even be said to be at the other end of the world. Great Grand Elder didn't even seem concerned about Xiao Yi. But Han Ju was still worried. One should never think like that. There's still a chance things may go wrong. Updated from Light Novel World. Calm, I need to cultivate in seclusion. I must surpass the Void Amalgamation realm as soon as possible. After the disciples of the viridescent nether cult fled, the Jade Pure sect's inner sect started to recuperate. The destroyed inner sect cities also needed to be rebuilt. After the disciples of the viridescent nether cult fled, the Jade Pure sect's inner sect started to recuperate. The destroyed inner sect cities also needed to be rebuilt. The disciples weren't too sad. Instead, they were excited. There was actually a mighty figure in the Jade Pure sect who could easily kill a Soul Formation realm cultivator. The elders of the 18 Peaks told their disciples about the battle with Duan Tongtian. They didn't reveal Han Ju's identity and only mentioned a deity-slaying elder. Deity-slaying elder. Since that day, every disciple of the sect revered the deity-slaying elder. They were curious about everything related to him. That evening, at Jade Serene Peak, after Fairy Shi Xian pacified all the disciples, she asked them to leave, leaving only Han Ju behind. Although the Jade Serene Peak's disciples witnessed Han Ju killing a lot of fiendish cultivators, they didn't associate him with the deity-slaying elder. Even Chang Yue didn't suspect him. Before she left, she looked at Han Ju. After such a calamity, Han Ju was as calm as ever. She was impressed. She was prepared to wait for Han Ju outside. She had something to say to him. The door to the Jade Serene Hall closed. Only Han Ju and Fairy Shi Xian were left inside. Fairy Shi Xian had already recovered. She was still as beautiful as ever, like a fairy from heaven. She stared straight at him. Han Ju lowered his head. But he wasn't afraid. No matter what he did now, Jade Pure Sect would definitely not expel him. Fairy Shi Xian also had no reason to blame him. Don't you have anything to say? Fairy Shi Xian asked. Han Ju looked up and asked doubtfully, what should I say? Fairy Shi Xian harumphed. Who exactly are you? Why have you come to the Jade Pure Sect? Li Qingzi could ignore it, but as his master, she had to know. Her disciple was stronger than her. How could she be the master? No wonder he never needed my guidance. Should I call you fellow Taoist Han from now on? Facing Fairy Shi Xian's teasing, Han Ju helplessly said, I really don't have any background. You should have been aware after what Junior Iron told you. Do you not believe in my talent? Fairy Shi Xian narrowed her eyes and said, even if you're talented, where did you get your abilities? You can't just create them out of thin air. A nascent soul realm cultivator killing a soul formation realm cultivator is too ridiculous. It had never been heard of. Fairy Shi Xian was sure that Sect Master and the other elders didn't believe it, too. Okay, I will tell you. But please don't tell anyone. When I was young, I was told by an immortal in my dream that my talent was unparalleled and I would definitely become an immortal. However, it would be a rough path ahead. So, I didn't dare to cause trouble and cultivated in seclusion every day, Han Ju said seriously. Fairy Shi Xian fell silent. Han Ju didn't say anything either. After a long while, Fairy Shi Xian spoke again, if that's the case, why did you step forward to save us? The sect didn't treat you well, and I believe you wouldn't call it your home either. Han Ju replied, that's true. I've lived for 100 years, but there aren't many people I care about. However, the person I care about the most is in the Jade Pure Sect. She even said that she would rather perish together with the sect. Let me see the increase in favorability. Fairy Shi Xian's favorability of you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Only 3. 5 stars. As expected of my master. She's indeed different from other women. The colder she is, the more I like it. Han Ju exclaimed in his head. Fairy Shi Xian changed the topic and asked, what are your plans from now on? Continue your seclusion. Yes. That void amalgamation realm demon might come at any moment. I have to quickly become stronger. Go ahead, then. Okay. Han Ju immediately stood up and left. For some reason, he was slightly disappointed. When he reached the door, he turned around and asked, Master, is the end of your lifespan approaching? Fairy Shi Xian was stunned and asked, what do you mean? Curse me to death. I'm thinking about Junior Iron. I don't want Master to leave this world. If this day really comes, I hope Master can inform me in advance. Han Ju was being frank. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Calm Fairy Shi Xian said unhappily, get lost, I still have many years to live. Han Ju quickly ran away. Fairy Shi Xian shook her head and laughed. She couldn't help but think of the battle again. It still felt like a dream. She didn't expect such a powerful figure to be hidden among her disciples. However, this kid actually saw her as the most important person. She was surprised. After an hour, Han Ju finally freed himself from Chang Yue and returned to his cave abode. Sitting on the familiar wooden bed, Han Ju yawned and stretched. What a marvelous day. I'm actually so powerful. Han Ju smiled proudly. Killing a soul formation stage cultivator with a single strike. I feel awesome. Especially now that the higher-ups of the Jade Pure sect treated him differently. Is this the posturing that's often written in novels? Actually, it feels really good. Sure enough, it is correct to continue to train in seclusion the entire time. If I had stopped training a few years earlier, I would have missed this opportunity. I must try my best to cultivate. Han Ju thought silently. If this crisis had happened a year or two ago when he hadn't broken through to the nascent soul realm, he definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat Duan Tongtian. If that was the case, he would have no choice but to run away. Those women who were his potential companions would all die. Thinking of this, Han Ju became even more determined to cultivate. Before he became absolutely invincible, he had to spend all his time on cultivation. Although Duan Tongtian was dead, the potential danger was still present. The demon-taming sect. Han Ju was full of fighting spirit. He wanted to surpass everyone in the demon-taming sect before they would come for revenge. Han Ju thought as he entered his cultivation state. Half a year passed in a flash. Visit Light Novel World. Com for the best novel reading experience. The inner sect of the Jade Pure sect had recovered completely. Having recovered from their injuries, Li Qingzi and the rest started to mobilize a large number of disciples to attack the viridescent nether cult. Han Ju wasn't disturbed, and Fairy Shi Xian didn't send any disciples to find him. Duan Tongtian and Zhang Kunmo were dead. In terms of the number of experts, the cult was definitely no match for the Jade Pure sect. In terms of mentality, Jade Pure sect also had an absolute advantage. A year later. Under the Jade Pure sect's powerful attack, the viridescent nether cult was defeated battle after battle and eventually fled from their headquarters. The cultivation world of Great Yen was shocked. The Jade Pure sect's prestige had greatly increased. At the same time, Han Ju reached the second level of the nascent soul realm. It took him 2.5 years to advance by a level. It was indeed not easy to break through the nascent soul realm levels. However, compared to before, his cultivation speed had increased by quite a bit. This was because he did not need to cultivate each of his cultivation potentials separately. He could directly absorb all 6 types of spirit qi and convert them into 6 paths spirit energy. Ever since he broke through to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, he had been able to cultivate in such a manner. To a nascent soul realm cultivator, it was extremely helpful. One fine day, Chang Yuer came to visit. The sect has gathered quite a number of natural treasures that can help increase the spirit qi in your cave abode. I'll help you plant them. There's also a spirit qi gathering array formation, Chang Yuer said with a smile after entering the cave abode. She already knew that the deity-slaying elder was Han Ju. When she heard about it, her favorability toward him increased to 5 stars. She had heard this news from Fairy Shi Xian, so she didn't doubt it. Junior Han was truly an unprecedented genius. No. He must be a proud son of the heavens. Han Ju nodded and said, "Thank you, senior." Chang Yuer started to get busy. As she set up the array formation, she smiled and said, "You're already the deity-slaying elder. Can I still be your senior?" Han Ju smiled and said, "As long as you cultivate seriously and hard enough, you will always be my senior." With such a high favorability, how can I reject her? Chang Yuer isn't ugly. However, Han Ju didn't want to talk about love for the time being. Cultivating hard was his priority. Thus, he hoped to lead the women who liked him onto the path of dedicated cultivation. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. Com, do you want to train together? Like for 1,000 years. With my aptitude, it's impossible for me to catch up to you, Junior. With my aptitude, it's impossible for me to catch up to you, Junior. Chang Yuer sighed gloomily. Am I really worthy of Hanju? She already had 2 competitors in the inner sect alone. Mo Zhu's talent even surpassed hers. Hanju consoled her. You won't be able to catch up to me. You just have to cultivate as hard as you can. Longevity is the most important thing for us cultivators. Hearing that, Chang Yuer was even more demoralized. After that, she started to talk about what had happened in the sect recently. Sect Master had already led the disciples of 10 peaks to attack the viridescent nether cult. The remaining 8 peaks were guarding the sect. Ever since the end of the attack by the cult, the cultivation atmosphere in the inner sect was far more intense than before. All the disciples felt threatened. Zhou Fan had already reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm and was preparing to transcend the tribulation to the Golden Core realm. The sect's reputation in the cultivation world had greatly increased. They were like the leader of the orthodox sects now. As for strength, that was probably not the case. The story about the deity slaying elder had also spread in the cultivation world. Although Hanju wanted to keep a low profile, his pseudonym became famous from a single battle. After 4 hours, Chang Yuer finally left. Once the Spirit Qi Gathering Array formation was activated, the concentration of Spirit Qi in the cave abode began to increase noticeably. It seems that the status of the sect is also very important. It can affect my cultivation speed. Hanju thought silently. He had to ask Li Qingzi for some pills. Then, Hanju resumed his cultivation. Half a year later. A notification appeared before Hanju's eyes. The viridescent nether cult has given up on targeting the Jade Pure sect. You will obtain a piece of equipment and a spell manual. Congratulations on obtaining the Demon Binding Rope and the Major Kiliacosm Thunderstorm. Demon Binding Rope, it has a powerful binding effect. It can bind all living beings below the soul formation realm and immobilize them. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. Major Kiliacosm Thunderstorm, a thunder-type spell. It can induce the thunder spirit Qi of heaven and earth to unleash a catastrophic thunderstorm. Massive area of destruction. The cult had finally given up. Honestly, they were really tenacious. They were beaten to the point of fleeing from their headquarters, yet they still dared to plan for revenge. From the looks of it, the viridescent nether cult would be eliminated. From now on, the Great Yen cultivation world would no longer have a viridescent nether cult. Hanju smiled and started to bind the demon binding rope to him. After that, he inherited the Major Kiliacosm Thunderstorm. The Major Kiliacosm Thunderstorm had a large area of effect. It suited Hanju's taste. He loved this kind of grand spell. Being cool was a lifelong endeavor. That night, the thunderclouds above the inner sect gathered and a terrifying heavenly aura enveloped the 18 peaks, causing everyone to shiver in fear. The cult is attacking us again. The cult is already gone. Could it be some other demonic path sect? It's possible. After all, the viridescent nether cult wasn't the strongest among the demonic path sections. Prepare for battle. The disciples of the 8 peaks who remained in the inner sect were extremely nervous. Even the elders were anxious. Soon, the elders discovered that the spirit energy came from Hanju's cave abode. And the rolling thunderclouds in the sky did not cause any damage to the inner sect. Is he practicing a spell? Wow! The elders were even more respectful towards Hanju. The thunderclouds in the sky quickly dispersed, and the sect regained its peace. Not long after, an elder revealed that the abnormal sign just now was the deity-slaying elder practicing a spell. After this news spread, the disciples of the Jade Pure sect felt much safer. Updated from Light Novel World. After that great battle several years ago, the deity-slaying elder was their greatest pillar of support. As long as the deity-slaying elder was around, nothing would happen to them. 2 years later. Hanju's cultivation was still at the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm, but he was already close to the 3rd. This was already incredibly fast. Ever since Han Ju joined the inner sect, most of the nascent soul cultivators in interpersonal relationships did not increase their cultivation. Han Ju was satisfied with his progress. After all, he still had more than 800 years to live. Breaking through to the soul formation realm was a sure thing. "Are you free, Elder Han?" A voice sounded from outside the cave abode. It was Li Qingzi. Han Ju immediately waved his hand and opened the cave abode's stone door to let him in. Li Qingzi's face was full of radiance. The Jade Pure sect was in its prime. As the sect master, he naturally felt respected. He walked in and sized up this connate cave abode. He smiled and said, "This cave abode is still a little small for Elder Han. Do you want to go to Main Peak to cultivate?" Han Ju shook his head. "It's fine here. I'm already used to it." He sensed the auras of the others. Someone was waiting outside the cave. His cultivation was low. He probably just reached the foundation establishment realm. Detected bearer of connate providence, checking its origin. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. He immediately checked it. Yang Tiandong possesses the bloodline of a demon saint. He was born half human and half demon. His cultivation potential is unparalleled. However, when he was young, he lost control and transformed into a demon. He injured his fellow disciples and was imprisoned by the viridescent nether cult. Fortunately, the Jade Pure sect saved him. Another candidate for the protagonist. The viridescent nether cult was quite impressive. They had 2 bearers of connate providence hidden inside. But actually, Jade Pure sect also has 2. There are quite a few geniuses, but the ones that live till the end are rare. Since that's the case, then I won't ask you anymore. But if you have any requests, just tell me. I've already told all the elders that everything about you is a big matter for the sect." Li Qingzi chuckled. Updated from Light Novel World. Han Ju smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, sect master." Although he had already surpassed everyone in the Jade Pure sect, he wasn't arrogant, because he still wanted to stay in the sect. "Everything is good now. By the way, Elder Han, do you wish to take in a disciple? You can just casually give him some guidance. This guy has a lot of potential. When he grows up in the future, he can also be of great assistance to you," Li Qingzi asked with a smile. He turned to look at the cave entrance and summoned Yang Tiandong in. Yang Tiandong looked like he was in his early 20s. His facial features were well defined, and although he wasn't considered handsome, he was still good-looking. There was a strong beastly aura about him, and the Taoist robe of the Jade Pure sect looked somewhat incongruous on him. He knelt in front of Han Ju humbly. Han Ju subconsciously wanted to refuse. But on second thought, it wasn't bad to nurture disciples. They would be his helpers when they grew up. I can accept him as a disciple, but he needs to be taught a cultivation technique of the Jade Pure sect. I'll only be responsible for teaching him spells and mystical powers, Han Ju said with a low voice. Li Qingzi smiled and said, "There's no problem with the cultivation technique. I can give him the inner sect cultivation technique." But he wasn't a Jade Pure sect disciple. He has to contribute to earn the chance to learn our secret techniques. Okay. Li Qingzi took out a bunch of tokens with the words, "Deity Slaying," carved on them. "These are your tokens. You can give them out to your disciples in the future." With that, he turned around and left. Han Ju waved his right hand, and a token flew towards Yang Tiandong. The other tokens were all kept in the little universe belt. "Yang Tiandong has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Only 1 star. Han Ju narrowed his eyes and said, "I have already deduced your background. Your name is Yang Tiandong, half human and half demon. You had been imprisoned by the viridescent nether cult, right?" Yang Tiandong looked up in shock. Before he came, Li Qingzi had specifically instructed him not to reveal his past. He didn't expect Han Ju to deduce it so easily. So this is the mighty figure who killed a soul formation realm cultivator with a single sword strike. Yang Tiandong's favorability toward you has increased. Current favorability, 3 stars. Yang Tiandong said respectfully, Master, you're indeed impressive. I didn't expect you to be able to deduce this much. I'm impressed. Visit Light Novel World. Calm for the best novel reading experience. He paused as if making a decision. With a flip of his right hand, a red feather appeared in his hand. He said seriously, Master, this was left behind by my father, and it contains his ultimate technique. I need to reach the soul formation realm before I can cultivate it. I'm still far from that realm. Master, you can learn it first, then teach me in the future. Han Ju received the crimson feather and perused it with his divine sense. Han Ju received the crimson feather and perused it with his divine sense. Immediately after, he felt a powerful force obstructing his divine sense. Maybe only the divine sense of a soul formation realm cultivator could force into the object. Yang Tiandong had a 3-star favorability toward him. So what he said was probably true. Then, I'll accept it first. You can cultivate your spirit energy for 10 years first. I like those who cultivate diligently. If you perform well, I'll teach you spells, Han Ju said. Yang Tiandong quickly thanked him. Han Ju pointed to the side and said, Find a place to meditate and cultivate. Then, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Yang Tiandong stood up and found a corner to sit down. He didn't dare to look at Han Ju for fear of offending him, so he immediately started cultivating. Soon, he discovered that the spirit qi in this cave abode was extremely dense. It was a good place for cultivation. Ever since the spirit qi gathering array formation and the new natural treasures were added to the cave abode, the spirit qi there became increasingly dense. Han Ju's cultivation was more and more efficient. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. At the same time, Han Ju reached the 4th level of the nascent soul realm. This sort of breakthrough speed definitely surpassed mortals. According to this cultivation speed, breaking through to soul formation wasn't too far away. Han Ju opened his eyes. In these 10 years, Yang Tiandong's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the foundation establishment realm. 6 levels in 10 years. He was pretty fast. He was indeed a genius. Han Ju called him, Tiandong. Yang Tiandong suddenly woke up and hurriedly kowtowed to him. How have you felt these 10 years? Han Ju asked. Yang Tiandong replied, I've benefited greatly. Not only did my cultivation level increase, but I've also made sense of many principles. My goodness. It's been 10 years. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. Yang Tiandong wailed in his head. In these 10 years, he had become hopeless countless times. However, he felt that this was Han Ju's test for him, and he could not relax. If he couldn't even pass the first stage, Han Ju would definitely not treat him as his disciple. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. He made sense of many principles. Bullshit. I've been in seclusion for more than 100 years, but I haven't made sense of anything. Han Ju felt that there was a need for Yang Tiandong to gain more experience. He said, Go out and do some missions. I remember that the sect mission building has a monthly contribution list. You can come back when you become the first on the list. Yang Tiandong immediately stood up. When he got up, he nearly went down again. After sitting for 10 years, his lower body had stiffened. He quickly bowed and left. Han Ju waved his hand and opened the door. After Yang Tiandong left, Han Ju pondered for a moment before taking out the divine cognition pills he obtained from killing Duan Tongtian. The pills were used to enhance divine sense. After strengthening his divine sense, he could try to break into the crimson feather that Yang Tiandong had given him. There were 9 pills in the bottle. Han Ju took out one immediately. After taking the divine cognition pill, Han Ju immediately felt dizzy. Some time passed. When he woke up, he discovered that his divine sense had doubled in strength. He was pleasantly surprised. This pill is quite powerful. Han Ju began taking the pill regularly. Half a month later, all 9 divine cognition pills were consumed. The effects were outstanding. His divine sense soared. It was more than 10 times stronger. The more pills one consumed, the stronger the effect. It was very magical. Han Ju took out the crimson feather again and probed it with his divine sense. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better experience. Boom, that powerful resistance appeared again. Han Ju gritted his teeth and persisted. His divine sense collided with the barrier. After about 3 seconds, he forcefully broke through the resistance. Immediately after, an enormous amount of memories surged into Han Ju's mind. Mystical power. Imitate heaven and earth. This was a mystical power that allowed one's body to grow 10,000 times. This mystical power had appeared in many legends. When mastered, one could have a 10,000-meter tall body. Han Ju was pleasantly surprised. He liked the grandness and magnificence of the mystical power. In the mountains, a group of cultivators was hurrying on their way. The one walking in front was Mo Fuzhou. Mo Fuzhou had reached the Golden Core realm and had become a true core disciple. Other than him and 2 other male disciples, the rest were all young men and women. Is Jade Pure Sect up ahead? Hayes, will I fail the selection test? It's normal to fail. Treat me well in the future and I'll let you play the flute. With your whistling skills, you should be able to play the flute well. Which of the 18 peaks is the strongest? I'm not sure. Senior Mo will introduce each peak to us when the time comes. These youths were the new disciples of the Jade Pure Sect. Mo Fuzhou had recently accepted a mission to be in charge of recruiting disciples. Old immortal Taoist Thunder wanted to support him. Being a core disciple wasn't enough, Mo Fuzhou needed to build his authority. Recruiting disciples was the easiest way to form connections and build authority. Hearing the discussion behind him, Mo Fuzhou smiled. Back in the days, he had also been very excited when he joined the sect. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound came from the front. Mo Fuzhou subconsciously drew his sword and slashed the air with it, shattering a bamboo arrow. Immediately after, the bamboo arrow fragments turned into a poisonous mist that spread in all directions. Retreat, we ran into enemies. Mo Fuzhou said in a deep voice, then jumped up and swung his sword at the attacker. The source of this content is Light Novel World. It was a man in a straw raincoat, and his straw hat concealed his face. He pulled out 2 curved blades from his back, and the blades were shiny and cold. Seeing that Mo Fuzhou was charging towards him, the person in the raincoat moved and formed 5 clones. All of them attacked Mo Fuzhou. Mo Fuzhou slashed out with his sword. Lightning flickered, turning into a large net that covered the raincoat man and his clones. The raincoat man quickly spun, turning into a black whirlwind, forcefully tearing apart the lightning web. Mo Fuzhou did not panic. He performed a hand seal with his left hand and struck the ground. Lightning traveled along the ground at an extremely fast speed. The raincoat man had just landed on the ground when the lightning wrapped around him, causing his entire body to start trembling. Mo Fuzhou charged forward, preparing to subdue the attacker. Boom, the ground beside him suddenly exploded, and another man in a raincoat broke out from the ground, swinging his blade at him. Mo Qiangxuan cursed in his head. Who are these guys? How dare they cause trouble in the Jade Pure Sect's vicinity? Just as he was about to react, a talisman emerged from the ground behind him and quickly stuck onto his back. Mo Fuzhou was immediately petrified and rooted in position. Pooh! The man in the raincoat stabbed through Mo Fujo's chest, and blood splashed out along the blade. Mo Fujo's pupils dilated with despair. Crap! The others stepped back. When they saw that Mo Fujo had been severely injured, all of them panicked. Everyone, kneel. We only want to capture Mo Fujo. If you dare to disrupt us, you will all die, one of the men shouted in a deep voice. The disciples were so scared that their legs were like jelly. They instinctively knelt. The youths had never seen such a scene. All of their faces were ghastly pale while their entire bodies trembled, and they didn't dare speak. Mo Fujo couldn't move. He stared at the man in front of him and asked in a low voice, "Who exactly are you?" "Heavenly constellation, earthly wraith. We're the phantoms in raincoats. Jade Pure Sect has committed a grave mistake. We're here to capture you. All I can tell you is that a great calamity awaits your sect." The man in the raincoat spoke in a low and hoarse voice. Mo Fujo's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, boom! A giant had unknowingly appeared among the mountains. His upper body was concealed by the blanket of clouds, and the highest peaks around him only reached his waist. The scene was spectacular. In front of this giant, everyone felt tiny, as if they were ants looking at a human. The two raincoat men were so frightened that their hands trembled. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better experience because the giant wore the Jade Pure Sect's Taoist robe. Han Ju, who was using Imitate Heaven and Earth, looked down at the world beneath him. The clouds covered most of his vision, but he was still very excited. Han Ju, who was using Imitate Heaven and Earth, looked down at the world beneath him. The clouds covered most of his vision, but he was still very excited. This mystical power is amazing. Han Ju was at least 1,000 meters tall now, and it wasn't an illusion. The entire thing was his physical body, and his Taoist robe also grew bigger. It was really impressive. Furthermore, his physical strength also multiplied. Mystical powers are truly unfathomable. Han Ju felt that he could topple a mountain with a single kick. This powerful feeling gave him a lot of confidence. This place was still quite a distance away from the Jade Pure Sect. He chose this place to avoid causing a commotion. Imitate Heaven and Earth is indeed powerful. 1,000 meters tall body. I'm sure nascent soul realm cultivators can't damage me at all. Han Ju was secretly pleased. He was about to leave when he heard the sound of fighting. He turned around and saw a group of ants in the mountains not far away. Oh. Not ants. They are people. Han Ju didn't care at first, but later he felt that one of the auras was familiar. Isn't that Mo Fujo? He looked at it more closely and nicely saw Mo Fujo getting stabbed. What the hell? Who dares to hurt our disciples right outside the sect? As the deity-slaying elder, Han Ju had to do something. He immediately transformed back, and the giant in the clouds vanished into thin air. At the same time, the raincoat men recovered from their shock. One of them murmured, "Were we hallucinating?" The other responded, "Maybe it's an apparition." The disciples of the Jade Pure Sect were also stunned. Mo Fujo had the weird feeling that the giant figure looked familiar. Humph. A strong gust of wind blew over. It was just a flash before Mo Fujo's eyes. Then, the raincoat men were sent flying backward. Both vomiting blood. Visit Light Novel World. Com for the best novel reading experience in a daze. Mo Fujo saw someone. He stared harder. Indeed, it's him. In the blink of an eye, Han Ju and the two raincoat men had already disappeared. The others were stunned on the spot as well. They were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. After a long while, Mo Fujo said angrily, "Come and help me." He still had a saber pierced into his chest. The others gathered around him. Senior Mo, are you alright? Who was that person just now? You don't even have to ask. That must be our deity-slaying elder. To be able to hurt Senior Mo, the attackers must be experts of the Golden Core realm. The only person who can defeat 2 Golden Core realm cultivators in an instant is the deity-slaying elder. Deity-slaying elder? The mighty figure from the Jade Pure sect who shocked the entire cultivation world. Main Peak. Sect Master's Hall. Han Ju rushed into the door and woke Li Qingzi up. Without waiting for him to speak, he casually threw the 2 unconscious men to the ground. He used his divine sense to attack their souls, preventing them from waking up anytime soon. These 2 wanted to capture Mo Fuzhou. I'll leave them to you. Leaving these words behind, Han Ju then left. Li Qingzi was stunned for a moment before he slowly looked at the 2 men on the floor. On the other side, Han Ju returned to his cave abode, sat down on the wooden bed, and stretched. If they dared to capture people right outside our sect, they must be our new enemy. Since they appeared after the viridescent nether cult's demise, they must be stronger. Han Ju thought silently. Sigh. Endless trouble. Is this life? I need to break through to the soul formation realm as soon as possible. Han Ju suddenly felt that being at the nascent soul realm wasn't that safe, after all. Updated from Light Novel World. Calm the next morning. Li Qingzi and the Great Grand Elder came looking for him. Han Ju opened the cave entrance and let them in. TSK, the spiritual aura here is almost comparable to Main Peak's herbal garden. The Great Grand Elder clicked his tongue in wonder. Facing Han Ju again, he was still a little embarrassed. After all, decades ago, he was demoralized by him. Now that he had picked up the mystical power again, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable meeting Han Ju. Li Qingzi smiled. The cave abode is still a little small. Should we ask someone to make it bigger? Han Ju shook his head and said, it's good enough. It would seem too empty if it was bigger. If the sect master and the ex-sect master came at the same time, there must be some big trouble. Just say it. Are we in trouble again? Han Ju asked. It must be because of the 2 men I caught yesterday. Li Qingzi sighed and said, those 2 men are from the Raincoat sect. We have been established for almost 1,000 years, while the Raincoat sect has already existed for thousands of years. Their whereabouts are mysterious. 1,000 years ago, they tried to conquer the entire Great Yen cultivation world. But they were defeated by a union of orthodox sections. After that, they hid in the darkness. Now they are back again. Recently, they captured a few of our talented disciples. They seem to have a lot of information about us as they know very well who their targets are. Great Grand Elder harumphed. There must be a spy. The spies from the viridescent nether cult are yet to be eliminated. Most concerning are the spies hidden among the elders. I suspect that they went to find the Raincoat sect to help them seek revenge. Raincoat sect? What an interesting name. Han Ju asked, are there soul formation or void amalgamation realm cultivators in this Raincoat sect? Li Qingzi replied, there are definitely soul formation realm cultivators, but I'm not sure about void amalgamation realm cultivators. Oh. Han Ju suddenly wanted to run away again. Of course, it was just a thought. Where could he run to? The Great Grand Elder said, we plan to pay a personal visit to each sect and unite all the orthodox sects together. During this period of time, we hope you can protect the Jade Pure sect. You face the request of the Jade Pure sect master and Great Grand Elder. You have the following choices. It had been a long time since Han Ju had to make a choice. There are more rewards for the second option. There are also soul formation realm cultivation pills. No problem. Han Ju agreed readily. As long as he was not asked to go out, anything was fine. Li Qingzi and the Great Grand Elder were pleasantly surprised. Their favorability towards Han Ju increased once again, both reaching a 4-star favorability. After the two of them left, Han Ju immediately entered his cultivation state. It's too dangerous. I need to hurry up my cultivation. Han Ju thought silently. Although he could already absorb 6 types of spirit chi at the same time, it would still take him decades to reach the soul formation realm. A few decades. That's the lifespan of mere mortals. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. Han Ju broke through to the 5th level of the nascent soul realm, and his lifespan increased to 1080 years. I like this progression. Han Ju was very satisfied. He suddenly remembered something. Why wasn't his disciple Yang Tiandong back yet? He opened his interpersonal link and noticed the flashing red banners on his mailbox. He clicked on them to check. Your good friend, Li Qingzi, has been attacked by the Raincoat sect, X14, your good friend, Great Grand Elder, was attacked by the Raincoat sect, X26, your disciple, Yang Tiandong, has been attacked by the Raincoat sect, your disciple, Yang Tiandong, has been captured by the Raincoat sect, your friend, Zhou Fan, has been attacked by the Raincoat sect, X8. It was a long list of attacks from the Raincoat sect. It looked even direr than when they faced the viridescent nether cult. Han Ju noticed that his disciple was caught. Logically speaking, as the master, he should come out of seclusion. No. Han Ju felt that this was a trap. A mysterious force was manipulating his life, forcing him into danger. He had to fight against fate. He wouldn't take any risks. Han Ju suddenly thought of something. Could there be spies from the Raincoat sect in the Jade Pure sect? He immediately used the simulation trial function to detect the people in the sect. He first searched for the strongest person in the sect besides himself. Old Immortal Daoist Thunder, 7th level of the nascent soul realm, teaching elder of the heavenly thunder peak of the Jade Pure sect, secret deacon of the Raincoat sect. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Han Ju was stunned. Old Immortal Daoist Thunder did not develop any favorability or hatred towards him, so he knew very little about him. Who would know that Old Immortal Daoist Thunder was the spy among us? A secret deacon of the Raincoat sect. A secret deacon of the Raincoat sect. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. He hid really well. No wonder after the battle with the viridescent nether cult, many elders had a favorable impression toward Han Ju, but Old Immortal Daoist Thunder did not. It's because he's the spy. The imposter. What should I do? Should I kill him or should I find evidence? Han Ju scratched his chin and hesitated. He thought for a moment and went to Jade Serene Peak. Fairy Shi Xian was trustworthy. The interpersonal relationships didn't indicate that she was a spy. Arriving in front of the Jade Serene Hall, the door opened quickly and Han Ju immediately entered. This time, he didn't kowtow. Instead, he clasped his hands and bowed. Master, I discovered an elder who works for the Raincoat sect. What should I do? Kill him or find evidence? Han Ju asked. Fairy Shi Xian opened her eyes and asked softly, Who? Old Immortal Daoist Thunder from Heavenly Thunder Peak. Kill. Han Ju was stunned. This was completely different from the conversation he had in mind. Does Fairy Shi Xian have a grudge against him? Fairy Shi Xian snorted. I have always felt that something was wrong with him. If you say so, then it's probably true. Han Ju nodded and left. Fairy Shi Xian thought about it and stood up. The two of them left Jade Serene Peak and flew towards Heavenly Thunder Peak. As one of the most popular peaks, nearly 200 disciples cultivated at all sorts of locations on Heavenly Thunder Peak. Han Ju and Fairy Shi Xian quickly arrived at Heavenly Thunder Hall. The source of this content is Light Novel World. Senior, I'm here to visit you. Fairy Shi Xian spoke. With that, the door opened. The two of them immediately went in. The door closed behind them. Seeing Han Ju's arrival, old immortal Taoist Thunder was surprised and quickly stood up. Two elders visiting me. Old immortal Taoist Thunder said smilingly. However, before he could finish his sentence, sword shadows flashed in the hall. The sword shadows pierced through old immortal Taoist Thunder's chest, pinning him to the main hall's jade wall. Han Ju had been able to kill a soul formation realm cultivator when he had been at the first level of the nascent soul realm. Now at the fifth, dealing with old immortal Taoist Thunder was a piece of cake. So fast. Fairy Shi Xian was secretly shocked. She didn't even see how Han Ju attacked. Old immortal Taoist Thunder was even more terrified. He wanted to struggle, but he realized that Han Ju's sword chi had seeped into his body and was rapidly devouring his spirit energy. Impossible. Why is his spirit energy so overwhelming? Terrified, old immortal Taoist Thunder shouted, "Elder Han. What are you doing?" Expressionless, Han Ju said, "A secret deacon of the Raincoat sect, are you?" When the sect master left, he asked me to protect the sect. Recently, many talented disciples are being captured by the Raincoat sect. It must be you who has provided the information on them. I'm killing you right now. He walked towards old immortal Taoist Thunder. Old immortal Taoist Thunder has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred, 5 stars, old immortal Taoist Thunder was shocked. He suddenly turned into lightning and dispersed. Bolts of lightning zapped towards the door. Han Ju raised his right hand, and lightning shot out from his palm. Major Kiliacosm thunderstorm. Countless bolts of lightning interweaved in the hall, shattering the jade bottles, paintings, and other ornaments. Boom! The heavenly thunder hall shattered as well. Old immortal Taoist Thunder reappeared out of thin air and fell onto the ground, vomiting blood. Just as he was about to stand up, 3 sword shadows descended from the sky and destroyed his body. His nascent soul wanted to escape, but it was destroyed by the 9 dragons' devil expelling seal. Old immortal Taoist Thunder was slaughtered. Turning around to leave, Han Ju said, "Master, I'll leave the rest to you." He quickly left. This content is taken from Light Novel World. Not long after he left, the disciples of Heavenly Thunder Peak finally entered the hall. Mo Fuzhou and Mo Zhu were also there. Seeing the rubbles of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, they were stupefied. Fairy Shi Xian said, "Deity-slaying elder, and I have found out that old immortal Taoist Thunder is a spy from the Raincoat sect. Deity-slaying elder has just executed him. Tell your fellow disciples to continue cultivating without worries. A new elder will be chosen when the sect master is back. Try not to go out anymore, so that you won't be targeted by the Raincoat sect." With a wave of her right hand, she took away old immortal Taoist Thunder's storage ring. The Heavenly Thunder Peak disciples were dumbfounded. How is that possible? Master is a spy. Can deity-slaying elder be mistaken? But Master has been so dedicated for so many years. Even if he's a suspect, we need to wait for the sect master to come back. Master is already dead. I noticed them when they went up the mountain. It has only been 10 breaths of time, but Master was already killed. Heavenly Thunder Peak's old immortal Taoist Thunder had been killed by the deity-slaying elder. The news was like a heavy bomb to the inner sect, causing the disciples of the 18 peaks to be in an uproar. Was old immortal Taoist Thunder really a traitor? The elders quickly gathered in the main peak's main hall. The meeting was led by Taoist Jingshu. Fairy Shi Xian flipped her right hand, and a letter appeared in her palm. She then said, "I found it in old immortal Taoist Thunder's storage ring. It's a letter passed to him by an envoy of the Raincoat sect." Old immortal Taoist Thunder was asked to collect information about talented disciples of the Jade Pure sect. Apart from this, there are some other letters from the Raincoat sect and equipment for fiendish cultivators. She passed the letter to the other elders. After reading it, the elders were all furious and shocked. They cursed old immortal Taoist thunder in anger while feeling great fear. The deity-slaying elder was too terrifying. He killed old immortal Taoist thunder without even discussing it with them. Horrified, they decided to never provoke Han Ju. At the same time, Han Ju continued to search in his cave abode. Apart from old immortal Taoist thunder, the other elders of the Jade Pure sect were all innocent. But that was normal. If numerous spies were found among the elders, the Jade Pure sect would have been long destroyed. This content is taken from Light Novel World. The elders were clear. Next were the deacons. There were spies from everywhere among the deacons. Apart from the Raincoat sect, there were spies from all sorts of sects, whether they were orthodox or fiendish. There were even some from cultivation families. Han Ju was flabbergasted. Are all sects in the cultivation world like this? Or are we just unlucky? Han Ju shook his head. There were too many for him to pursue the matter. After all, these deacons couldn't do much to harm the sect. Han Ju began to cultivate. After that, every half a year, he would use the simulation trial system to detect the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect, in case the Raincoat sect suddenly launched an attack. 2 years later, a notification suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju's cultivating figure. Detected bearer of Connate Providence, checking its origin. Again. Han Ju immediately checked. A row of words appeared in front of him: Black Hell Chicken, reincarnated demon saint of the upper world. Its true form is a black hell phoenix. Because it killed too many people, it offended the heavenly court and was executed. Its soul sneaked into the 6 paths of reincarnation and was reborn in the mortal world. Its soul will continually modify its physical body until it finally transforms back into a black hell phoenix. It's now a chick. Its spirit intelligence has not matured. It's like a 2-year-old infant. Han Ju was stunned. A demon saint from the upper world. So awesome. Yang Tiandong only possessed a demon saint bloodline in the mortal world. The Black Hell Chicken was a demon saint from the upper world. And there's also a heavenly court. Isn't this from the legends back on Earth? Does this world also have one? Intrigued by the Black Hell Chicken, Han Ju immediately reached out with his divine sense. At the foot of the mountain, an old farmer was leading a herd of cows through the mountains. On the back of each cow were 2 chicken cages filled with chickens. Han Ju's divine sense quickly landed on one of the little black chickens. The feathers of this black chicken were shiny and had a metallic feel to them. Amongst the group of chicks, only this little black chicken had a faint spirit energy fluctuation. How could he miss out on an unparalleled divine pet? Han Ju immediately went down the mountain. He approached the old farmer and immediately asked for the chick. The old farmer didn't dare to refuse. He was a servant of the Jade Pure sect, and this batch of cows and chicks was meant to be given to the inner sect. Once Han Ju showed his elder token, the farmer obeyed. Visit Light Novel World. For the best novel reading experience. Han Ju grabbed the Black Hell Chicken and returned to his cave abode. After bringing the Black Hell Chicken back to his cave abode, Han Ju tossed it aside and began to cultivate. After bringing the Black Hell Chicken back to his cave abode, Han Ju tossed it aside and began to cultivate. Initially, the Black Hell Chicken wanted to eat his flowers when it was hungry. However, it was sent flying by his 6 paths spirit energy and crashed into the wall. It cried out in pain. That was close. I almost killed it. Han Ju had no choice but to pour his spirit energy into the Black Hell Chicken to guide it to absorb spirit chi. After several days, the Black Hell Chicken finally got used to it. Absorbing spirit chi could alleviate hunger. So, the Black Hell Chicken began enjoying cultivation. Needless to say, the reincarnation of a demon saint was indeed impressive. Although it had yet to complete its transformation and its intelligence had not matured, its instincts were still there. If it didn't meet Hanju, the black hell chicken would have been sent to the 10,000 demon realm, eaten by other demon beasts, and reincarnated again. It was unknown how many lifetimes it would take for it to regain the grace of a demon saint. After the black hell chicken started cultivating, Hanju was relieved and continued cultivating. The 5th level of the nascent soul realm was far from enough for him. His goal was to reach the soul formation realm as soon as possible. No. I have to reach the void amalgamation realm soon. Or rather, the Mahayana realm. I need to reach the highest cultivation level in the mortal world. Then, I can finally be at ease. 2 years later. Li Qingzi and the great grand elder returned. When they came to know that old immortal Taoist Thunder was a spy and had already been killed by Hanju, they were appalled. After Fairy Shi Xian took out the evidence, the two of them became furious and cursed the Raincoat sect for being shameless. At the same time, Hanju was hosting Xing Hongxian in his cave abode. It had been a long time since he had seen Xing Hongxian, and she had become even more attractive. She was already at the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. The speed at which she broke through was quite fast. She was already catching up to Chang Yuer and Mo Zhu. The treatment she received at Main Peak was indeed better than at the other 18 peaks. Visit Light Novel World. Com for the best novel reading experience. The sect master has returned, and you have kept the Jade Pure sect safe. You will obtain a spell manual and a bottle of soul formation realm cultivation pills. Congratulations on obtaining the Wind God technique. Congratulations on obtaining a bottle of soul formation realm spirit chi gathering pills. Wind God technique, wind type spell. You can ride the wind and travel between heaven and earth. It can also transform one's body into wind. Soul formation realm spirit chi gathering pill, a top-tier cultivation pill for soul formation realm cultivators. There's a total of 12 pills. Hanju smiled when he saw the 5 lines of words. Xing Hongxian began to plant the natural treasures she had gathered. These treasures were obtained when I was out adventuring. I brought them to you immediately. You will definitely need them. Xing Hongxian smiled. She turned around and saw Hanju smiling, and she felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. It seemed that her husband was very happy about her arrival. Hanju started to chat with her. Xing Hongxian told him the story of how she went out to train, and Hanju also learned about the cultivation world. Last month, she went out to train with her seniors from the same peak. Coincidentally, she came across a battle between an orthodox sect, the Crimson Peak sect, and a demonic path sect, Azure Dragon sect. They helped fend off the cultivators from Azure Dragon sect, and Xing Hongxian obtained a storage ring by chance. She later discovered that there were many treasures in it. What rank is the Jade Pure sect in the cultivation world of Great Yen? Hanju asked. Xing Hongxian said in a low voice, there are more than 20 sects in the Great Yen cultivation world, including 12 orthodox sections. Jade Pure sect should be among the top 5. Only the top 5? Hanju was disappointed. No wonder we have so many enemies. Xing Hongxian shook her head and smiled. Actually, most sects don't have much of a difference in strength. They don't have a true ranking. Hanju nodded. There were not that many rankings in the real cultivation world. After all, there was no big data supporting it. Xing Hongxian seemed to recall something and continued, oh, right. Recently, a controversial figure has appeared in the cultivation world, Huang Jihao, from the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. Back when he was at the Golden Core realm, he once killed an old nascent soul realm monster. He then became very famous. It has been a few hundred years, and his strength has probably reached the soul formation realm. Recently, he single-handedly fought his way into an orthodox sect, and no one could stop him. She frowned slightly and said, I heard that Huang Jihao wants to challenge all the sects in the Great Yen cultivation world. Will he come to us? Through Taoist Jingxiu, she already knew that Han Ju was the deity-slaying elder. If Huang Jihao came, Han Ju would definitely have to face him. Han Ju shook his head and thought, why are there such battle maniacs everywhere? To be able to challenge a sect alone, he should be very strong. Han Ju cautiously asked, did Huang Jihao kill anyone while challenging the sect? Visit Light Novel World. Com for the best novel reading experience. Xing Hongxian shook her head. Not really. After all, the Vermilion Bird Sword sect is also an orthodox sect. Then, I'm relieved. Xing Hongxian was confused. The famous deity-slaying elder is still so afraid of death. She thought it was funny, but she didn't look down on Han Ju. No one in the entire Jade Pure sect had the right to look down on him. After chatting for an hour, Xing Hongxian left. Han Ju continued to cultivate. Xing Hongxian, Mo Zhu, and Chang Yuer would visit him every few years. They didn't disturb him but simply chatted with him. Han Ju gradually got used to such a life. It would be nice to chat with them occasionally and learn more about the cultivation world from them. At the same time, the Black Hell chicken continued to grow. A year later, Han Ju habitually tested the area around the Jade Pure sect. Yi Sanlang, 7th level of the Nascent Soul Realm, Deacon of the Raincoat sect, 7th level Nascent Soul Realm. Not bad. Han Ju slowly got up and walked out of the cave. The Black Hell chicken looked up at him before continuing to cultivate. Under Han Ju's nurturing, it also started to enjoy cultivation. Several kilometers away, in a forest, a man dressed in the Taoist robe of the Jade Pure sect was meditating under a tree. He had a handsome face and an evil aura between his brows. It was indeed Yi Sanlang of the Raincoat sect. Why isn't Taoist Thunder here yet? Did something happen? 3rd Junior Yi cursed. He had been waiting for a month. His patience was running out. He even wanted to charge straight into Jade Pure sect. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. Calm, however, when he thought of the mysterious deity-slaying elder, he didn't. At this moment, Han Ju walked towards him from the woods. Upon seeing him, Yi Sanlang immediately became alert. He reached out with his divine senses. 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. A puny ant. Yi Sanlang continued to cultivate and pretended not to see Han Ju. In any case, he was wearing the Taoist robe of the Jade Pure sect, so it would be suspicious if he ran away whenever he saw someone. Who knew that Han Ju would walk right up to him? Yi Sanlang frowned and asked, is there something you need? Han Ju transmitted his voice, are you Deacon Yi of the Raincoat sect? I'm old immortal Taoist Thunder's personal disciple. Recently, your activities have been bothering the Jade Pure sect, so Master received many missions and has no time to visit you. So, he asked me to find you. Upon hearing this, Yi Sanlang frowned harder. He suddenly struck out at Han Ju's chest. A tyrannical spirit strength poured into Han Ju's body. Then, with a boom, Yi Sanlang was sent flying by the rebound and crashed into a tree. Han Ju patted his chest and snorted in his head. I'm protected, how can you hit me? And you only have so much spirit energy? The golden cicada's mystic divine robe did not have the ability to reflect attacks. It was Han Ju who used his 6-path spirit energy to push out instinctively. How could Yi Sanlang's mortal spirit energy resist? You. Yi Sanlang stood up, shocked and furious. How can a 9th-level Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator be so powerful? Wait. Could it be? Yi Sanlang suddenly thought of someone and turned pale with fright. He turned around and tried to flee. Just as he turned around, 3 sword shadows shot over like lightning, directly crushing his body. In the blink of an eye, Yi Sanlang's nascent soul abandoned his physical body and shot towards the horizon. Extremely fast. Han Ju immediately used the wind god technique and turned into a gust of wind to chase after him. The source of this content is light novel world. Calm in less than 3 seconds, he caught up to Yi Sanlang. He raised his hand and executed the major Kiliacosm thunderstorm. The lightning that filled the sky transformed into a net to stop Yi Sanlang. Entangled by the major Kiliacosm thunderstorm, Yi Sanlang was in utter despair. He hurriedly turned his head and shouted, "I admit defeat. I surrender. Don't kill me." Entangled by the major Kiliacosm thunderstorm, Yi Sanlang was in utter despair. He hurriedly turned his head and shouted, "I admit defeat. I surrender. Don't kill me." Han Ju used the 6 paths soul absorption technique and sucked his nascent soul into his hand. The 6 paths spirit energy wrapped around Yi Sanlang's nascent soul like invisible shackles, immobilizing him. Han Ju turned around. He first returned to the battleground and found Yi Sanlang's storage ring before returning to his cave abode. The black hell chicken opened its eyes and looked curiously at the tiny figure in Han Ju's hand. Yi Sanlang was terrified. His tiny nascent soul trembled. Han Ju placed him on the ground and sat on the bed, looking down at him. "What's the Raincoat sect's intention?" Han Ju asked. Yi Sanlang gritted his teeth as he replied, "Annex the Jade Pure sect and capture their geniuses together. After the Jade Pure sect is destroyed, these geniuses have nowhere to go and can only join the Raincoat sect." Han Ju continued to ask, "Is this only against the Jade Pure sect or the entire cultivation world?" "The entire cultivation world. You're very daring. Is there a soul formation cultivator in your sect?" "Of course." Yi Sanlang answered truthfully. In the face of death, he couldn't care less. "Is there anyone at the Void Amalgamation realm?" Han Ju asked with narrowed eyes. Yi Sanlang said helplessly, "That's a legendary realm. At least, I've never heard of anyone achieving it in the sect. However, our leader is already at the peak of the soul formation realm. If the Raincoat sect is so strong, why is it hiding in the dark? No matter how strong you are, you can't fight against the entire cultivation world directly." The painful lesson from 1,000 years ago made our leader very cautious. Where are the geniuses of the Jade Pure sect imprisoned? Well, I really don't know. I'm just an ordinary deacon. An ordinary deacon who was at the 7th level of the nascent soul realm. Han Ju felt that the Raincoat sect was very dangerous. It was too scary. Yi Sanlang said cautiously, "Senior, please let me go. I won't do it again. I swear, I won't come to the Jade Pure sect again." Yi Sanlang has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Irresolvable except for death. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Updated from Light Novel World. "Calm young man, your path has gotten narrower." Han Ju raised his hand at lightning speed and the unparalleled finger divine sword shot out, directly killing Yi Sanlang's nascent soul. The black hell chicken shuddered upon seeing this. This was the first time it saw Han Ju kill the enemy. After Yi Sanlang died, Han Ju began to inspect his storage ring. As expected of a 7th level nascent soul realm expert, the resources in his storage ring were truly abundant. This storage ring was very big. The spirit stones piled up into small hills. There were various equipment, cultivation technique manuals, medicinal pills, and many other treasures. Han Ju first looked at the cultivation technique manuals. They were all cultivation techniques and spell techniques. He didn't like them. As for equipment, they were only used by fiendish cultivators. Han Ju started to check the pills. Soon, he discovered a pill that could increase his cultivation level to the nascent soul realm. Six paths spirit energy entered the pill and he felt a surging spirit chi emanating from it. Han Ju immediately started to consume it. 2 years later, Han Ju broke through to the 6th level of the nascent soul realm. The black hell chicken had already become a majestic rooster. Its intelligence had also finally reached the level of a 7 or 8-year-old child. It could speak in the human language now. It was worth mentioning that when the black hell chicken cultivated a trace of demonic power, it actually inherited a demonic cultivation technique. It was very surprised. Han Ju understood that this was the cultivation technique of the demon saint in his previous life. That was good, too. Han Ju didn't need to teach it too much. Li Qingzi came to visit him again and talked about the Raincoat sect. Recently, the Raincoat sect seemed to have vanished and no longer targeted the Jade Pure sect. Li Qingzi finally found out the location where the geniuses of the Jade Pure sect were imprisoned. He wanted to ask Han Ju for help. Han Ju said seriously, "Perhaps this is a ploy to lure me away from the sect. Once I leave, if the Raincoat sect comes, can you stop them? After all, even a nascent soul expert can only be a deacon in the Raincoat sect." Li Qingzi was silent. That was very possible. In that case, even if he saved those geniuses, it would be useless. This content is taken from Light Novel World. Calm, then, I'll do it myself. Elder Han, I'll leave the Jade Pure sect to you, Li Qingzi said solemnly. Han Ju nodded. Unless we encounter a void amalgamation expert, no one can take down the Jade Pure sect. Li Qingzi beamed. It seemed that Han Ju had become stronger during this period. Li Qingzi left in satisfaction. Han Ju thought for a moment and started the simulation trial. He set Duan Tongtian's cultivation level to the 9th level of the soul formation realm. Han Ju barely fought to a draw. This caused him to panic. One had to know that the simulation trial could only set cultivation levels. The difference between the 9th level of the soul formation realm and the 1st level of the soul formation realm was also very huge. When Duan Tongtian truly cultivated to the 9th level of the soul formation realm, his strength would definitely be stronger than him in the simulation trial. Moreover, Duan Tongtian had only broken through to the soul formation realm because of Shao Yi. He was a little weak. I have to break through to the soul formation realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well. Han Ju thought silently. He clicked on interpersonal relationships and checked his friend's status. Your disciple, Yang Tiandong, was attacked by the Raincoat sect, X29, your friend, Zhou Fan, was attacked by the Raincoat sect, X48. His poor disciple was still being beaten. Han Ju was not too worried. After being attacked so many times, he was still alive. What did that mean? The Raincoat sect truly loved talents and couldn't bear to kill them. Could it be that the Raincoat sect wasn't part of the demonic path? Han Ju thought silently. Then, he continued cultivating. Dear disciple, hold on. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Your master is still cultivating diligently. When he's confident enough, he'll definitely save you. In a dark pavilion, 4 men in raincoats sat around a table. They all wore straw hats that hid their faces. One of them asked in a low voice, "Why isn't Yi Sanlang back yet?" The others followed suit. Did something happen? Yi Sanlang is an expert at the 7th level of the nascent soul realm. Other than the deity-slaying elder, no one in the Jade Pure sect can hold him back, not to mention that there are spies coordinating inside and out. Who is that spy? I'm not sure. Only Yi Sanlang knows about it. There's only one contact between each spy and the sect master. Sect master is too cautious. In my opinion, it would be better to just trample over the Jade Pure sect. Also, those disciples of the Jade Pure sect should be killed if they aren't giving in. The 4 of them started to complain about their sect master. In their opinion, although the deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect was strong, he was no match for the sect master. Moreover, other than the sect master, there were other soul formation experts in the Raincoat sect. Bang! The door was suddenly kicked open. A golden-robed man strode into the room. His golden robes were embroidered with tigers and leopards, and he wore a dagger-like silver-blue jade crown. He had a handsome face, bright eyes, and a sense of pride between his brows. The four men in raincoats slapped the table and got up. "How dare you!" One of them pulled out a knife from his waist and prepared to slash at the golden-robed man. The golden-robed man's gaze turned cold, and a terrifying pressure erupted. The entire pavilion shook violently, and the four men in raincoats were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. One of them gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you?" The golden-robed man said expressionlessly, "I'm Huang Jihao of the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. I heard that you are from the Raincoat sect. It just so happens that I want to challenge the Raincoat sect. Tell me, where is the sect master?" "Huang Jihao." The four of them trembled even harder. Recently, Huang Jihao's fame had become too great. One of the men in raincoats suddenly said, "If we say it, we'll definitely die. However, if you challenge the Jade Pure sect first, we can give you the location of the Raincoat sect. For more, visit Light Novel World. Com. Challenge the Jade Pure sect. Challenge the Jade Pure sect. Huang Jihao frowned and coldly said, "Such a desolate sect is not challenging at all." His tone was filled with disdain for the Jade Pure sect. A Raincoat sect member hurriedly said, "Recently, a deity-slaying elder appeared in the Jade Pure sect. He killed a soul formation expert with one strike. His strength is unfathomable." Hearing this, Huang Jihao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "I've fought with the sect master and great-grand elder of the Jade Pure sect. Their strength is average, and I've never heard of this deity-slaying elder. Don't lie to me." Huang Jihao spoke in a low voice. His terrifying aura didn't diminish in the slightest. "I dare not lie. It's true. You can go out and ask around. The viridescent nether cult was destroyed because of this person." The other Raincoat sect members said anxiously. The four of them combined were not Huang Jihao's match. They were afraid that he would attack them. Huang Jihao's eyes flickered. "Tell me the location of the Raincoat sect first. I'll challenge the Jade Pure sect first, then the Raincoat sect." The four Raincoat sect members looked at each other. In order to survive, they finally compromised. After a while, Huang Jihao left. The four Raincoat sect members let out a long breath and collapsed onto their chairs. "How strong is this guy?" One of them gritted his teeth. Another person scolded. "It's not important. What's important is that I think there's something wrong with this inn. Where's the soundproofing and divine sense isolation?" Jade Pure sect. 2 years had passed since Li Qingzi left. Han Ju was still at the 6th level of the nascent soul realm. With the help of Yi Sanlang's pills, he was already close to the 7th level. The black hell chicken was already half a meter tall, but Han Ju had tested its skeletal age. It was still far from maturing. One fine day, Chang Yuer came to visit. It had been many years since she had last seen the black hell chicken. She couldn't help but walk over and touch it. "Itchy, itchy." The black hell chicken resisted and retreated. Hearing its childish voice, Chang Yuer was even more interested. Han Ju couldn't help but say, "Stop touching it. This is my precious mount. If you hurt it, can you afford to compensate me?" "TCH, so be it if I have to compensate you. Using a chicken as a mount, you're really something." Chang Yuer pouted. Although she said that, her body was still very obedient. She turned around and came in front of him. She sized up Han Ju and smiled. "Junior Han, I find your face pleasing to the eye every time I see it. I wonder how outstanding your parents are. Parents? Oh. They were nothing extraordinary. Han Ju smiled in his heart. All these years, Han Ju would occasionally think of his parents in this life. More than 100 years had passed. If they were still mortals, they would have been long dead. That was good. It saved him a lot of trouble. Han Ju's parents in this life were not very close. When they abandoned Han Ju and fled, their blood ties ended. If it were his parents in his previous life, they would definitely not give up on him. Chang Yuer continued, I heard that Elder Guan is coming back. Have you heard of Elder Guan? He and our master entered the Jade Pure sect together. However, 300 years ago, he offended the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. In order to avoid suspicion, the Grand Elder secretly sent him out of the Great Yen dynasty. Half a year ago, he used a spell to say that he was coming back and wanted to fight for the position of sect master. Han Ju shook his head. He had never heard of such a thing. He had never heard of such a person, either. It's said that Elder Guan likes our master very much. He might become our master's Dao companion, Chang Yuer continued. Han Ju shrugged. He was dreaming. Fairy Shi Xian didn't allow her disciples to become Dao companions. How could she break the rules herself? He asked, is that Elder Guan very strong? Chang Yuer nodded and said, it said that he obtained an opportunity outside the Great Yen and has already become a soul formation cultivator. This time, he has returned to lead the Jade Pure sect to surpass the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. The elders are all very happy. With one more soul formation cultivator in the Jade Pure sect, we will have more confidence in dealing with the Raincoat sect. The Great Grand Elder is also very happy, but the sect master is out and doesn't know about this. Han Ju couldn't help but mourn for Li Qingzi. He had worked so hard for so many years, only to lose his position. Just as Han Ju was about to ask more about Elder Guan, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected bearer of Connate Providence, checking its origin. Han Ju was stunned. The source of this content is Light Novel World. Another bearer of Connate Providence. Was the Jade Pure sect really so lucky? Why was it that there was always someone with a powerful background? Han Ju hurriedly checked. Huang Jihao, third level of the Soul Formation Realm, an external elder of the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. Born with the heart of the sword, he has an extremely high comprehension of the sword Dao. Because of his unparalleled aptitude from a young age, he has developed a haughty attitude. In order to become stronger, he can give up everything. Huang Jihao. Fuck. Why was this fellow here? Was he going to challenge the Jade Pure sect? Han Ju had a headache. Couldn't he just cultivate properly? A choice notification appeared in front of Han Ju. The Jade Pure sect faces Huang Jihao's challenge. You have the following choices. 1. Order the entire sect to encircle and annihilate Huang Jihao and obtain victory. Your name will shake the world and you will obtain a fire attribute cultivation technique manual. 2. Secretly repel Huang Jihao without causing too much of a commotion. You can obtain a numinous treasure. Han Ju chose the second option. Being high-profile was not his style. Moreover, if he openly defeated Huang Jihao, the Vermilion Bird Sword sect would definitely become enemies with the Jade Pure sect. Han Ju had yet to figure out Huang Jihao's ranking in the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. Even if he was the strongest, if the Vermilion Bird Sword sect and the Raincoat sect joined forces, the Jade Pure sect would not be able to handle it. The Jade Pure sect is still too weak. Han Ju sighed. He looked at Chang Yuer and said, go back first. I have something to do. What is it? It's not convenient to say. Tch, Chang Yuer curled her lips and left. She was still chatting happily but had been asked to leave. Anyone would feel disappointed. After Chang Yuer left, Han Ju began to use the simulation trial to search for Huang Jihao's location. At this moment, Huang Jihao was less than 20 kilometers away from the Jade Pure sect. He was walking very slowly. This content is taken from Light Novel World. Han Ju didn't move immediately. Hold on. Let's have a simulation trial battle. Han Ju's consciousness entered the simulation trial. 5 minutes later, he ended the simulation trial. He frowned. He's not bad at all. Han Ju took a deep breath and continued the simulation trial. He couldn't insta-kill the guy. This guy is only at the 3rd level of the soul formation realm. Han Ju changed his fighting style. 2 minutes later, the simulation ended. Han Ju frowned again and muttered, as expected of the innate heart of the sword. He can actually last 2 minutes against me. Han Ju was vexed. The battle commotion was too loud. 2 minutes was enough to attract many people. The opponent was not easy to deal with. He had no choice. Even if it was difficult, he still had to go. When the battle reached the Jade Pure sect, it would truly be earth-shattering. In the forest, Huang Jihao slowly walked forward. His expression was very calm, not the least bit nervous about the upcoming battle. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Han Ju. He was wearing the Taoist robe of the Jade Pure sect and his bearing was graceful. He was obviously not a mortal. Huang Jihao glanced at him. 9th level of Foundation Establishment Realm. So weak. But he was handsome. The source of this content is Light Novel World. Huang Jihao has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju. He was stunned. What the hell? Why did he suddenly have a favorable impression of me? Why did he suddenly have a favorable impression of me? Han Ju frowned. Things were getting harder. It was difficult for him to do anything to someone who liked him. Huang Jihao walked in front of Han Ju and said, "Brat, I have an affinity with you. Do you want to take me as your master? It won't be difficult for you to reach the nascent soul realm in the future." To Foundation Establishment cultivators, the nascent soul realm was the biggest dream. He didn't believe that Han Ju wouldn't be moved. Affinity? Han Ju had a strange look. What sort of affinity could there be between men? Could it be? Han Ju shivered and felt goosebumps. He took a step back. Who are you? Why are you here at the Jade Pure sect? Han Ju asked in a low voice. Huang Jihao teased, "I'm Huang Jihao of the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. Have you heard of me? I came to the Jade Pure sect this time to challenge your deity-slaying elder." Han Ju asked, "Why challenge the deity-slaying elder and not the sect master? Your sect master and former sect master were defeated by me long ago. Only the deity-slaying elder has the right to make me fight. I originally couldn't be bothered to deal with you and wanted to challenge the Raincoat sect. However, the people of the Raincoat sect insisted that I deal with the deity-slaying elder before telling me their location." Huang Jihao spoke very casually, causing Han Ju's hatred for the Raincoat sect to soar to 6 stars. Han Ju asked, "Are there many soul formation experts in the Raincoat sect? How's their sect master's strength?" "There are indeed many soul formation cultivators. After all, they have thousands of years of foundation. As for their leader, he's very mysterious. I'm not sure either. What are your chances of challenging the Raincoat sect? Why are you asking so many questions? Are you going to acknowledge me as your master or not?" Huang Jihao's favorability towards you has decreased. Current favorability, 1 star. Huang Jihao looked impatient. Han Ju was amused. "I'm just asking you a few more questions, but your good impression of me is already half gone." "Great. Then, I won't be soft-hearted against you. Han Ju directly took out the Qilin sword and said, "If you can receive one strike from me, I will acknowledge you as my master." Huang Jihao was also amused. "Kid, have you never heard of my name? I'm asking you, do you dare to face my sword? All right. I'll take your strike. If you can injure me in the slightest, I'll turn around and leave. I won't disturb the Jade Pure sect anymore." "You said it." "Of course." Huang Jihao was proud and arrogant. After confirming that Han Ju was only at the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm, he didn't take his words to heart at all. Han Ju suddenly attacked. The six-path spirit energy in his body erupted like a volcano and poured into the Qilin sword. Huang Jihao's eyes widened. This spirit energy. Crap. Huang Jihao hurriedly raised his hands and circulated the surging spirit energy within his body. Sword light flashed, and a black sword chi cut through the forest. It soared into the sky and cut the sea of clouds in half. It was a spectacular sight. Then, the ground shook and dust flew. Huang Jihao gritted his teeth and used all his strength to block the sword chi of the heavenly punishment ghost deity sword. The terrifying sword chi forced him to retreat. The protective shield formed by his spirit energy cracked like glass. Not good. He couldn't block it. Huang Jihao cursed under his breath and hurriedly leaped up. The moment he did so, Han Ju's sword chi invaded his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body also leaped thousands of feet away. The sword aura swept out and crushed the trees along the way. A huge ravine appeared on the ground. It was unfathomable, like a narrow valley. Huang Jihao stopped and looked at Han Ju in shock. What sword technique is this? No. It's a mystical power. The famous Huang Jihao shouldn't go back on his word, right? Han Ju looked up and asked expressionlessly. Huang Jihao has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Han Ju didn't panic. He stared at Huang Jihao. Huang Jihao trembled in anger. He wanted to kill Han Ju, but he had already said that, so he would not slap his own face. In addition, Han Ju's sword chi was indeed powerful. If they really fought to the death, he might not be able to win. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you? You came to find me and you ask who I am." Follow current novels on Light Novel World. Calm. Huang Jihao laughed in anger. This was the deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect. I knew it. He lives up to his reputation. Humph. Although I won't come to the Jade Pure sect anymore, I'll challenge you again after you leave. With that, Huang Jihao left. Han Ju smiled disdainfully and thought to himself, wait for me to leave the Jade Pure sect. Can you wait your whole life? He turned around and left. Not long after, the elders of the Jade Pure sect rushed over. When they saw the scene of the sword chi slashing past, they couldn't help but feel alarmed. However, they guessed that it was Han Ju. Otherwise, the battle would not have stopped. Is there another powerful enemy? After leaving the Jade Pure sect, Huang Jihao stood on his flying sword, feeling indignant as he healed his injuries. Damn it, how dare you trick me? Huang Jihao was about to go mad. If Han Ju had revealed his identity from the start, how could he have been careless? If he had been on guard, how could he not have taken the blow? All right. He couldn't block it regardless. But he wouldn't have agreed so easily. Sigh. I was careless. Just as Huang Jihao was in depression, a figure appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Who are you? Why did you come from the Jade Pure sect? The newcomer was a cultivator in green. He was handsome and imposing. He carried a sword case on his back with 4 swords inside. Huang Jihao was in an extremely bad mood. He immediately snorted. What does that have to do with you? Scram. The green-robed cultivator laughed. How dare you be so impolite to me, aren't you afraid of death? Ha, who do you think you are? Then, let's fight. Let's see who's the real deal. Follow new episodes on the light novel world. Com platform. You're courting death. Boom. Back in the cave abode. Han Ju had just sat down when two lines of words appeared in front of him. You secretly defeated Huang Jihao and obtained a numinous treasure. Congratulations on obtaining a 6th grade numinous treasure, Burning Fiend Bell, a 6th grade defensive numinous treasure. It can defend against all attacks below the Void Amalgamation realm. After injecting Spirit Chi, the bell body will increase in weight as Spirit Chi is injected until it becomes as heavy as a mountain. Ha! What a treasure! It could defend against all attacks below the Void Amalgamation realm. Great! Han Ju took out the Burning Fiend Bell happily and sized it up carefully. The bell was black and exuded an ancient and evil aura. Han Ju immediately started to drip blood on it. An hour later, he played with the Burning Fiend Bell. After successfully bonding with it, the Burning Fiend Bell was like his arm. When it enveloped him, he felt extremely safe. Wearing the Golden Cicada's mystic divine robe and covered with the Burning Fiend Bell, he could dominate everything under the heavens. Han Ju was extremely proud. Then, he continued cultivating. The next morning, Fairy Shi Xian came to visit him. This was the first time she took the initiative to look for Han Ju. Han Ju stood up. Yue told you about my senior, Guan Yu Gang. He returned yesterday, but he encountered Huang Jihao near the Jade Pure sect and was severely injured. Fairy Shi Xian stopped in front of Han Ju and said directly. The fellow who said he wanted to be the sect master has just arrived and he's already beaten up. Han Ju couldn't help but mourn for him. Guan Yu Gang was a little weak. Huang Jihao was already injured, yet he still couldn't defeat him under such circumstances. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Such a person wanted to become Dao companions with his master. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.